muscle too. Special K gives you the highest level of protein available in a cereal. And protein can help you keep muscle while you lose fat. So make the Special K breakfast part of your daily diet and exercise plan. Special K. Keep the muscle, lose the fat.
Hello!
Billy Lane doesn't chew Trident just because more dentists and their families chew Trident than all other sugarless gums combined. He chews it for a more important reason. He likes the taste. Trident, all that good stuff and great taste too.
Fabulous.
Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's, is always on the lookout for new ideas in food.
Enjoy it. Enjoy what? After this, I'm going to get a Big Dave's Deluxe.
Introducing Dave's newest cheeseburger. A quarter-pound of fresh beef, 3 strips of bacon, sauteed onions, the works, and it's only at Wendy's.
Hey, does this come with dessert?
Get a Big Dave's Deluxe. But hurry, they're going fast.
When you get zapped by circumstances beyond your control, it's good to know that MetLife works hard to pay your claim promptly. Get Met. It pays.
Today, discover antiperspirant protection that glides on. It's crystal clear Arid Glide On. Not a crumbly stick, not a drippy roll-on. It's clear Arid Glide On. And now new Arid Double X Glide On helps keep you extra, extra dry.
There are questions anybody can answer. And questions nobody can answer. Then there are all those questions in between. Important questions your academic, school, or public librarian can help you answer. When nobody else can. Any questions?
Now, back to our program.
See this number? This is what it stands for. It's the patent number of a unique conditioner that leaves hair fuller. Who's got that patent? Prel. Yes, Prel. We've developed a clean rinse formula. Nothing rinses cleaner. So nothing leaves hair fuller. Our conditioner is so unique, we've got a patent on it. Prel. The cleaner the rinse, the fuller the hair.
Static can add up to real embarrassment.
Stop you.
Static can also be a hair-raising experience.
Stop you.
And static can catch you off guard.
They'll stop you.
Because the more you move, the more static can build up. But you can stop static cling by using Bounce regularly. Because Bounce leaves clothes virtually static-free.
It won't stop you.
Bounce stops static before static stops you.
For all those men who give 110%, there's Speed Stick Antiperspirant, the Wide Stick. It's 110% protection. It glides on dry. Powerful protection against wetness and odor. Speed Stick, 110% protection.
5 men.
For 10 points, what are you eating?
Kraft macaroni and cheese.
It's Kraft cheese and macaroni.
Hey, sorry. Judges' decisions are final.
Kraft cheese and macaroni, the cheesiest.
This summer at the Magic Kingdom, Mickey's Starland at Epcot Center. It's Captain EO in 3D, the exciting Body Wars ride, the fury of the Maelstrom, and now the Disney MGM Studios theme park with Star Tours. The Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. And the Muppets. The Walt Disney World Resort in Florida. What a year to be here.
He was a child of the streets.
Mother priests, many think I'm bad news.
He was a man of the church.
Those kids out there are hurting bad.
They would struggle to become a family.
Priests do not adopt children.
I will suspend you from your marriage.
Nowhere does canon law forbid adoption.
I forbid it. I forbid it.
This Father's Day, based on a true story of love.
Stand by me.
Oscar winner Louis Gossett Jr., Emmy winner Carol O'Connor, and Cosby's Malcolm Jamal Warner. The Father Clemens story next Sunday.
You've got the will and the power to survive.
Next, get ready for the blockbuster movie smash Gremlins. And Monday night, give this man some respect. Rodney Dangerfield is starring in his very own show, Where's Rodney? Then on the Hogan family, David hungers to become a TV producer, but Mrs. Poole is driving him stir-crazy. That's entertainment. Monday night, only on NBC.
Their lives were filled with hope until reality shattered their dreams.
She's dead.
But they saved the baby.
Now we must turn tragedy into triumph.
What do I know about babies?
This is your own flesh and blood.
An inspirational story of courage and hope.
We're going to make this work.
Midnight Callers Gary Cole and Growing Pains Joanna Kearns. Those She Left Behind, Monday on NBC.
He never took the stand. He's never spoken about the crime that ripped the heart out of a community, turned neighbor against neighbor. A current affairs Steve Dunleavy now talks exclusively with Robert Golub, behind bars for the brutal murder of his 13-year-old neighbor, Kellyanne. The controversial interview, The Killing Next Door.
Tomorrow night at 7.
Connecticut News at this hour, brought to you by Taco Bell.
Good evening. In the news at this hour, one of the victims of today's shooting in downtown Hartford has died. 21-year-old Roberto Sanchez died of a gunshot wound to the chest.
2 more people are believed to be dead from the fiery explosion aboard an oil tanker in the Gulf of Mexico.
A cruise liner remains grounded off the coast of Massachusetts tonight. The Coast Guard will try again to free it at high tide.
And lots of folks took advantage of a sale today, getting condominiums at bargain prices.
We'll have more news in an hour. Complete details coming up after the movie.
Got a wild bunch to feed? Taco Bell has tacos to go. Original tacos in a 6 or 10 pack.
Make a run for the border.
Extra, extra, win all about it.
You can win a brand new Honda Civic from your Connecticut Honda dealers. Every Monday, we'll post one new letter in our showrooms. If your color matches ours, you win a brand new Honda Civic. If you missed our insert in the paper, pick one up at any dealer and hang on to it. Because even if you didn't match this week's color, you could match next week. Win a Honda, only at participating Connecticut Honda dealers.
The gold standard for taste is in for a change with a new spread that has half the fat and calories. Ah, that's better. But don't touch the fresh taste of butter. I repeat, don't touch that taste. Now make sure there's no cholesterol. Ah, that's even better. New Lotta. It's not butter, not margarine. It's made a whole new way with skim milk.
So what do you think?
I think this is the right way to say taste.
Lotta, a whole new way to say taste.
You're watching WPIT Channel 30, Connecticut's NBC station.
Tonight, the NBC Sunday Night Movie.
What started out as a treasured Christmas gift
I'll bet every kid in America would like to have one of these. Keep him out of the sunlight.
turned into the craziest holiday
Keep him away from water.
the Peltzer family ever experienced.
Don't ever feed him after midnight.
What is it?
Before the new batch comes to a theater near you, see how it all got started. And now, Steven Spielberg's Gremlins.
Yeah, this is the one we got to run.
This is the proving ground. The people of General Motors are keeping the lights on, making transmissions, engines, and electrical systems you can count on. Perfecting Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, and GMC trucks. And with 77 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
Children, if 5 pieces of chicken cost $3.99, how can you get 10 pieces for just $3 more?
Teacher, we must go to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
You are learning, little one.
We told you the rules.
You can't get them wet.
Don't let them eat after midnight.
It's always midnight somewhere.
You didn't listen. Gremlins 2, the new batch, rated PG-13. Starts Friday, June 15th at a theater near you.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, please, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay, next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, that's what made it even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl. Like,
that is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with the kids.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. People. Oh my goodness. I hope y'all are comfortable because we're going to be here a minute. Okay. Welcome. I hope everybody's having a great week so far. Happy Thursday. For those of you 9 to 5, Monday through Fridayers, it's almost over. It's almost over. Man, well, temporarily, just until Monday. It's shitty of you to like plant that in your head, right? You know, it's almost here, the weekend, until Monday comes. Anyway, so now today I've had a pretty full day. Had a pretty full day. Clubber lost someone very, very close to him today. And I would like for all of us, oh man, I can't do the super chat song in this moment, but Buzzing for Truth, thank you, Will. If Bill Feathermuffin has the hots for you, clearly. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. Yes, Clubber lost somebody very close to him today. That somebody being his Cajones. Yes. Clubber has been neutered as of today, and I'm not really thrilled about it. He's not down here with me. He's up in my bed recovering. But there is just join me for a moment for a moment of silence for Clubber's nuts, okay? Because I know he's going to miss him. Thank you guys for that. I know he appreciates it. No baby Clubbers. No, that's not going to happen. It was necessary. Can't have him run around the neighborhood just knocking everybody up. We've even got a husky in the house that's female who's not fixed, and she's not my husky, so I can't do anything about it. So, but can't have Shar-Pei, pit bull, husky, fucking mutations running around. Can't have that shit. He never had them, Mr. Williams. Never had them. Anyway, so now the reason why we're all here. Now, I like to do Plevinisms, regardless of why we're all here would have happened or not. I probably would have done a live stream in regards to Plevinism. So I'm not going to get right to that part right away. The part that we've all seen clipped and the part that we've all got strong feelings about and opinions about. We're going to get to that. Don't worry. But we're going to also go over, because I mean, Plevin logic is just, it's the grift that keeps on giving. So for all of you that like to call me a grifter, buckle up and enjoy, because this is fun. Oh my goodness. Speaking of which, what?
I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
I'm baffled. Thank you. Get Clubber a special treat. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been spoiling the hell out of him. And the only reason he's upstairs recovering right now and not down here next to me, which is where I know he wants to be, but he is crying constantly right now. And so I don't want to pick that up, and I don't want to have me right here where he just wants me to pet him and I can't. And so he's still pretty loopy from the anesthesia from his procedure. So I'm pretty much counting on the fact that he's in a comfortable bed and he's going to go to sleep. So, but drop the link to Clever's channel. So yeah, but yeah, this is what you got to do when you have a dog, and I got him all caught up finally on the follow-ups. He's all with every vaccine and all of that stuff, and he's chipped, and I mean, I did the whole nine, so on paper, Clever is officially mine. So that's the good news of how today turned out. So Clever is now officially part of the Glera family. All right. So so we're going to go over, I'm just going to go over this because now, mind you, a lot of this is going to be reaction because it's actually pretty crazy. This is absolutely 100% true. Is I stumbled onto Plevin's live stream yesterday, right when Sean had joined his panel. So I clicked on it. I saw Sean was up there and I was like, ooh. And I saw there was still only like 300 people in there. And I was just like, wow. Because this was, I mean, I was waiting for this, but I'm not surprised in the slightest bit as to the outcome. I'm not even a little bit surprised. And so we're gonna go ahead and watch from the beginning, and I'll try to make it as not boring as possible, because I know, yes, Kevin was absolutely out of line, but the thing is like, you know what I mean? Like, who didn't expect that?
Just always checking to make sure mics are working. Hey guys, hope Marlene is doing good, Judy. May she have a couple more years of time. Hi, Elaine. Unsafe, thanks for being here. Julie.
Ooh, you suck.
Tom, as always. Barb, Robert Beck. Is that a Pop-Tart thing in your emoji?
See,
Lori, hi.
What you got to love about this, folks, okay? What you've got to really love about this, my favorite part of all of this is after that outburst and the way that he treated Sean, this is why I'm going to play all of this, because there's a whole new perspective to it now. Not to a lot of us. A lot of us saw through the bullshit. I think I recently just straight up, like on Twitter, was just like, I'm just convinced at this point you're not even stupid. I'm convinced that you're not stupid, that you're just a fucking cunt. Like, I'm convinced of it at this point. And I was right. I was right. Now, what's interesting about this is we're going to watch this guy with this bullshit nice guy act. And now we know for a fact it's bullshit, because the real Plevin comes out. And it's just fun. It's just fucking fun. I this is what I do YouTube for. This is the stupid little shits that I fucking live for. Okay? Is when I see somebody just totally just the fucking curtain come down, man. Like it's always like that's why I started a YouTube channel. Okay.
Good to see everybody. Seek the truth at all times. That means exploring all angles, asking questions of both sides. It means being open to new evidence that might change our.
I love that. I love that. Plevin, I love that shit for you right now. I love that you just straight up said that. I love that you just straight up said that right before you showed us, not told us, but showed us that that line coming out of your mouth is 150% bullshit.
Our conclusions. It also means being very self-aware because we humans have a strong tendency to buy into narratives. It's how we make sense of the world. Magicians use this in their acts to trick us. So we have to always, always be on guard to make sure we're not filtering information and how we interpret information just to fit a narrative we already believe. We have to do this continuously. It's a process that we have to always be aware of. Okay,
it's called confirmation bias, and you just watch out for it. It's real simple. It's called critical thinking. If you're a critical thinker, then it becomes natural for you to just question everything. I didn't have to think about it. You know what I mean? Like when I first heard about this case, and I was told by Deets on the streets, this is not the kind of case that you can just listen to news pieces about and read articles about. You have to actually really read documents. You have to get into this in order to form a valid opinion. As soon as she told me that, I was like, got it. I was like, right, okay. And because a lot of cases, if something's made public and it's getting a lot of exposure, anything that's made public is going to be covered by the news, you know? But in the John O'Keefe, Karen Reed case, we're not seeing the things that we're not seeing these things until recently. Now we're starting to see on the news a little bit of a more open mindedness to the idea that Karen Reed may be innocent. Now it's like the mainstream media is starting to go, okay, all right, I'm listening. This is what we're hearing, and this is how much we're comfortable talking about. Let's see where this goes. And that right now is good enough for me. That right now is good enough for me. And you cannot deny the fact that Turtle Boy is responsible for this. Not the goose that laid the golden egg who connected people through a funky fresh app. Not her, Turtle Boy and his aggressive investigative tactics, who you have every right to not agree with, but agree with them or not, you cannot deny the results. And the results are what we are experiencing with this case today. The results are that the public is very, very, very much open. Not just the people in Canton who most seem to already believe that Karen Reed is innocent and have so for a long time, but now people who are watching this case on a national level are going, something seriously wrong here. And that is due to Turtle Boy's his aggressive investigative tactics. There's just no denying that. So when we listen to people like this, okay, and we listen to someone like Plevin, and like I said, folks, buckle up because we're going to be here for a minute. You got to use your eyes, and you gotta see when, besides what somebody's saying versus what they're doing. Plevin is a perfect example, probably the best example of someone who hates Turtle Boy, but seems to form their opinion on the Karen Reed John O'Keefe case around that hatred. The nucleus for his drive, the nucleus in his drive is his hatred for Turtle Boy, which is pretty much everybody that I've seen here who speaks in the opposition, which only tells me that when someone comes along with a valid argument as to why they think Karen Reed is guilty, I'll listen. And I have been listening. I haven't stopped listening. Every single time, people, every single time that I talk to somebody or I hear someone on Twitter or I'll start to read some sort of some comment, and I'll be like, come on, come on, please make sense. Give me something to question Karen Reed's innocence at this point. Give me something to question it at least. But not to mention the fact that you have to prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt, but give me something to question at least. And I'm just reading, and then it goes fucking nowhere. And 90% of the time, it has something to do with Turtle Boy. And I'm just like, every fucking time. Every time. So it's I just, please give me something that explain to me how John got those wounds on his arm if it wasn't a dog. Give me a valid explanation. I want to know how those wounds got on John's arm if it wasn't a dog. Somebody come up with a valid explanation for that. And B, show me how in any universe that this case, explain to me in detail. I want it explained to me Olivia style. How this case could possibly have any proof at this point that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe beyond a reasonable doubt. Explain to me how a jury is not going to have doubt. Because it's just not going to happen. If this case were to go to trial, every time, and I love this because this is what people keep saying all over Twitter. They're like, oh, it's going to trial. It's going to trial. You just watch. And I'm like, okay, like, I don't think it should go to trial based on what we know. Of course not. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to be surprised if it does go to trial because Auntie Bev, her decision-making throughout this entire thing has been, I question it. I question it to say the least. I question what's going on as far as why she's making these decisions. So for her to, and she seems to want this to go to trial by denying continuances requested by the defense and the prosecution. It was a joint motion to delay these proceedings so that they can properly prepare and go through the 3,100-page document provided by the U.S. Attorney's Office and their investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office. So it's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask for. Perfectly reasonable. Yet she's denying this. She's and the Commonwealth didn't oppose. The Commonwealth was fine with it. So I question Auntie Bev and her decision making. And the fact that I question her means that if this does go to trial, I'm not going to be surprised. But I cannot imagine in any realm, reality, anything where a jury is going to unanimously find Karen Reed guilty of this crime. I just don't see it happening. But they won't do that. They'll just spew a bunch of nonsense and fight with you online and talk about the stupid rumors that are being spread around about you. And that's all they can do. That's all they can stoop to. They have nothing better. They have no... I want, like I said, explain to me Olivia style why you think Karen Reed would be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think that's a lot to ask.
Okay, we have a lot to go over tonight. And in a moment, I'm going to show you a clip from Sean McDonough's new channel where he interviews retired Canton Police Sergeant Peter Murphy. I think Sean does an excellent job. He's got a knack for presenting. He's very good at it.
You see what I'm saying? this is condescending bullshit. Like before, you wondered, is this condescending bullshit, or is he just like genuinely trying to be a nice guy, trying to be as nice of a guy as he can be? Is he genuinely trying to be respectful, or is he being a condescending douche? And I'm getting the impression that he's being a condescending douche. You know how I know? Because the real him comes out later on in this video.
So congrats to Sean on the channel. And I think you're a natural at what you're doing. So let's continue to go over things.
Let's talk about Sean's channel for a second, because we haven't had a chance to really do that. So Sean's got a channel called Going Through the Motions. It's a great channel. He's right about that. I mean, I actually mean it when I say it. But yeah, Sean's channel is great. And what's really interesting, I mean, you look at Sean's channel. Sean started this channel and he's already at like 3,000 subs, right? And he's done what, 2 live streams so far? 2 live streams. He's already eligible for monetization because of all of the views that he's gotten, and because of all of the subscribers that he's gotten, and rightfully so. I love when former law enforcement agents, attorneys, especially criminal ones, have YouTube channels. I love it. I love it. It's super informative. And Sean is super informative, to say the least. Like, let's just say, for instance, to play devil's advocate, Sean doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about as far as the details of this case. Let's say Peter Murphy here is a con artist and a liar. Let's just say Plevin, all the shit that he implies here is valid. But even still, the fact is that Sean is a valuable resource in the crime community. He's a valuable resource because he's an experienced investigator. This is a guy who like abroad in South America, like straight up in like the front lines of cartel wars. This is not something to shake a stick at. This is not something to mock. This is not something to minimize. This is something, this is a dude doing something that you fucking pay through the nose throughout your whole life to watch blockbuster movies made about. That's not something to be taken lightly. And that's just that. Not to mention all the lives that he's saved. Not to mention all of the lives that he's changed for the better, doing what he's done. So it's not responsible to not take the things that Sean says, at least to heart to some degree. You know, I mean, it's crazy to me because I keep hearing this shit brought up, and I'm sorry if this pisses anybody off that I'm bringing it up, because I don't really like to. But it's let's consider it the elephant in the room, right? So everybody's talking about Sean's drinking. He's supposedly in recovery. I don't know anything about it. My point being is, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. Now, if he's in recovery and he's, you know, whatever, I wish him all of the best, and I wish him all of the best, you know, whatever it takes to be doing what he's doing and be a badass. Absolutely. And I respect the fuck out of him for it. What I'm saying is I don't care either way. I'm not going to judge the man. That doesn't change the things that this man has seen and done. That doesn't somehow take away credibility from the things that he has seen and done, which is the nature of the insight that he brings to the YouTube community. So that's not going to be something that you're going to, because I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Unless you're an ignorant asshole, there's no reason why that bit of information should be relevant as to how you judge Sean's credibility. That's 100% my opinion. I mean, I don't care what this dude does to make himself feel better or not. Whatever the fuck this guy does is none of my business. That doesn't change the fact that this man saved lives for a living for a quarter of a century. And when people don't acknowledge this and people don't automatically have that in their mind when addressing someone like this or listening to what they have to say, that tells me a lot about them. Because what that is just basic respect. Basic respect for someone who would basically have earned it. It is as basic of earning a respect as you can get. Extraordinary nonetheless. Extraordinary nonetheless, but it is basic. The basic structure of it is the dude saved lives. For all you know, your own or a loved one from abroad. And he demands respect for it. So have that shit, have that page open in your head anytime you're going to be talking to Sean or listening to Sean. Otherwise, you're an asshole. You're an ingrate. Period. It's the same thing with any veteran, as far as I'm concerned. It's the same thing with any veteran. So when there's, now, especially if these guys are applying their insight to expose dirty cops. And even dirty cops, maybe not. Okay, but make sure that cops are doing their jobs when it comes to solving the murder of a fellow police officer. Basically, at the very least, what Sean and Peter are doing are holding these men to that standard. That's all. What's wrong with that? Somebody explain to me what's morally wrong with that. And somebody explain to me how someone drinking has anything to fucking do with that. Please. Because I don't think that you can. So, that's my 2 cents on Sean.
We'll try to do this from a both sides kind of way. I want to evaluate Murphy based on his words. I'm not going to play around with Murphy's history with the department because there's no way for us to truly understand any of that. So we'll leave his past in the past and just try to look at his words. Now, I can tell you, I took his words this weekend on that show very seriously. I dug hard into things.
Translation, let's look really hard into his words. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to twist them to mean something that he didn't say. So listen carefully to his words.
Look into how that situation inside the CPD garage with Karen's SUV really was after the tow. And I have a lot for you tonight. I'm going to lay out the evidence and the arguments before you and let you do the math. And then we'll decide together as I read your reactions in chat. I promise you it's going to be very interesting, but it requires us to be objective. Okay? Let's try to get rid of any conclusions we already have about the case and try to look at just this one piece of evidence. Just look at this in isolation. So does this, what happened to that taillight in the garage, the evidence that we have, or Peter Murphy's story about his conversation with Officer Brian Wanless, does this imply tampering? Does it create reasonable doubt by suggesting the police fudged their reporting of key evidence? Before I get to that, I want to talk about my general approach to these things. And in this case, to see if you guys have the same kind of approach. I know a lot of you do, and that's why you're here. So I want to pull up a scale that will help with this. Back at the beginning, on April 18th, when Turtle Boy broke the story that we're all familiar with anyways, you had to weigh things, right? So let's demonstrate this with a little kid's device. Everybody loves. All right, this was a cool thing I found. this is just a scale, but it's just to demonstrate how this works. So when you bring yourself back to when you first, now maybe some of you remembered hearing about this story from
all right, listen, I gotta speed this
prior
up.
to
I'll
John
blow it.
died.
I'm gonna speed this up. I missed a couple of super chats. Man, hold on. Yeah, we got to do it, guys. We got to do it.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Oh man. Suzanne, thank you so much. Sorry I am late to the party. Here's 10 for each of Clubber's missing balls. Appreciate it. Thank you. Carrie Gabrielle, thank you so much. I read it in a Facebook check that Plevin McAlbert's phone was dinging while Sean was on, saying perhaps someone was texting him questions to ask Sean. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's possible. That's definitely possible. We'll see. Let me speed this fucking dude up, dude, because this is excruciating.
January 29th in 2022. So we all have a vague memory of that, but unless you were close to the families, you probably weren't. The story probably slipped off your radar until April 18th, and that's when we all started learning it from Turtle Boy's story. And I started getting texts that morning. You got to check this story out, from law enforcement people saying, "Wow, this is going to be the crime of the century. This is going to be the crime of our lives." And so as someone who had a pretty new YouTube channel, yeah, I ended up trying to jump on it, and it seemed to me right out of the gate that there looked like there might be a conspiracy here, right? So let's look at that. Now,
I mean, there's no real way to tell who's texting them. So, I mean,
this is the kind of thing I think that everybody, we can all weigh our evidence differently, but this is just a way of looking at it. So for me, you start out the basic theory, and we were given this whole defense theory from day one on April 18th. It wasn't like it was doled out to us. It came intact because we now know that it was given.
It's more fucking Plevin math, dude. Josephine Peralta, thank you so much. Clever has more balls than any of these losers. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Given straight to Turtle Boy by the defense. So what you have is something, if you can see on this scale, on one side will be guilty, and on the other side, one side will be Karen's guilty, and the other side will be there's a conspiracy. That's what we're weighing here. Or not. So we can consider other things later, like say
Scott's gonna just roll up in here and just bust Brittany. Shouldn't you be cleaning your garage?
Little bit opportunities like reasonable doubt. But the basic thing that we're looking at is that story on April 18th. Was it true? Was there a conspiracy? Or was the state's case actually the more accurate thing to believe? So right away, you have the basic story involved 11 people, possibly 12, inside the house being quiet. And also other family members that would have heard the story when those that were in the house went home. So you have a pretty significant number of people that are required to keep quiet in order for this conspiracy to happen. So let's put that up here as, I'm going to call that as a heavily weighted thing. That makes it a fairly hard to, it's an unlikely thing. It's an unlikely conspiracy at this point. You're starting out with the odds stacked against you.
My man, the fuck am I looking at right now, bro? What the fuck is going on right now?
In addition, for those witnesses to lie about what they saw was extremely high risk, because if they're caught in that lie, they're all going to jail for a very long time. I'm talking about everybody that was in the house. So that's a lot to overcome. Okay. Also, it's something that requires evidence to be planted by the cops. Again, that's something that's pretty rare in cases. It happens, and we discussed it on this channel. Many cases, it definitely happens, but it's a lot to have that go on there. And I'll say one other thing too.
It's a lot.
It requires the conspirators to have killed John or left him fatally wounded inside the house, but then carry him out and drop him on their own lawn. I find that to be extremely unlikely. I mean, nobody would do that. I mean, it's extremely unlikely that someone would do that in a conspiracy. And even if you're trying to set up a situation where you want to create a plausible possibility, a plausible defense, where you want to say that John was hit on the road by a car, was a hit and run victim. I don't know how. It doesn't seem likely to me. If you've actually beat somebody up, I don't think that's going to fool the police. They're going to know the difference between someone that was beat up and someone that was hit by a car.
Mr. This is why it's not a conspiracy. Yeah, they would absolutely do that if it's a cop's house who has cop friends and ties to help him get away with it. Of course they would do that. That's what we're doing here. I don't know if do you know where you are? Because that's what we're doing here. We're here because we all believe, as well as Karen Reed's defense, that and probably the United States Attorney's Office believe that this is a cover-up. That because Brian Albert is a cop, he has cop friends that are willing to help him cover this up, and friends even in the DA's office, possibly, likely. So this where have you been? Because this is where we've all been for months. What are you talking about? So yeah, of course it's unlikely. Like, I wouldn't try to get away with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't be my route if I was a killer. If I beat somebody to death in my house, my method would not be to be like, hey, help me just throw them out in the lawn. Of course not. But if I was a cop and I knew the people who were going to investigate it, I had ties to the people who were going to investigate it, and I get them to say, yeah, it looked like a car hit him. Just drove off. But no, of course, like me just being me, fuck no, I wouldn't try that shit. Nobody would believe that. But if I had friends on the force, sure. Of course. If I was friends with the people who would absolutely be capable of just making up a bullshit investigation, yeah. Like, it's not that hard to believe. You know, like, people toss around the word conspiracy and act like it's this dirty word. Like, it's just, it is not that hard to believe. Melanie Little will even tell you this. It is not that hard to believe that corruption like this takes place. I mean, come on, people. It's not that far-fetched of a story here.
So it doesn't seem like the best plan. Seems to me like the best plan would be to get rid of the body. No body, usually there's no crime, right? But if you're going to put him on outside, put him on the neighbor's lawn where he was close to, or at least put him on the street. But John was found 12 feet from the street. It just seems like, why would you ever drop a body there? So to start with, all of that stuff made the conspiracy extremely unlikely. I think that's just those are just the fundamentals of the case, the fundamental starting point. However, when we were presented on that same day the idea that Jen McCabe had searched for how long to die in the cold at 2:27, when her friend just happened to be doing that, supposedly unknown to her, that is a huge number. And to me, that just tilted the case the other way. When you see that number, that really tilted the case. And then you maybe add in some other things like the stair climbing that John's health app supposedly recorded. Maybe you look at something like,
how is he categorizing by the number? What constitutes holding more weight than the other? What's the nature of his system here? The fuck is going on is basically what I'm asking. The fuck is he doing?
The wounds on John's arm that look like he was attacked by a dog. Maybe something else you might add might be some deleted messages. So it started to look, and that's how I started covering this case at the beginning, was that I leaned towards conspiracy because of this stuff. But there is another thing too. You have to know, it's just common sense, the way this theory was presented to us at the beginning, that what you're getting is a whole cloth theory from the defense. Okay? You have to know that. And so you have to throw that in there. Now, maybe you're still leaning this way because of the data, but that's a powerful thing to know that you're getting this just
because of
from
the data.
Defense. You have to know that. All right. You have to know, just like if you go onto a used car lot and you want to buy a used car, that salesman is not going to tell you anything bad about the car. He's only going to tell you good things about the car. So you have to kind of have a sense of skepticism about you. But then I think it was June, at one of the early hearings, we learned that the state disputed the how long to die in the cold stuff, and that they had an independent expert that disputed it. So now that stuff was no longer certain. So you got to take that off. And now your scale starts to tip again. And so maybe you're back to square one. And it depends on how much weight you want to give that thing. You know, maybe if you think so like when I was let's see, with Dave. So Dave on the channel, my partner this summer, has studied. We still can't find the 4. I hadn't done the math ahead of time. But so Dave was has studied forensic data. And not that he was an expert at this, but he had a lot more experience at this than me. And even his professor said this seemed like this would be kind of a difficult thing for data to be confused about. The main program they used was Celebrate. So maybe you're kind of going back and forth here. But it ends up being, you know, it's a really, there's other things you can look at here too on the other side. So for instance, Jen McCabe returns to the crime scene at 5 a.m. To me, I find that very unlikely. Like if Jen McCabe had participated and knew, or even just knew what had gone on in that house, and that's why she was searching at 2:27. When that call comes at 5, to me, she never answers it. Why would you want to go back to the crime scene? So to me, that kind of tilted things again. You know, now I know the theory that Turtle Boy was putting out at the time was that Jen McCabe returned so she could control everything and plant the idea. She actually, according to the way Turtle originally told the story, Jen McCabe actually convinced through her craftiness Karen to think that she did it. So that's why Karen at the crime scene was saying, "I did it. I did. Or I killed him. I did it."
I think we got a super chat.
Truth and Justice, thank you so much. Please make that stupid scale go away. No. No. I have to see where this is going. And I know it's going nowhere, but I'm a glutton for punishment. So I have to see where this is going.
Who there now know there are at least 5 witnesses in the first responders that heard this. So his theory was that she was just confused, and it was the evil genius Jen McCabe who had convinced her of this. But I did a video on this back in May, and I said, and it was kind of somewhat sarcastic, but I said the evil genius in the Karen Reed case. And I was like, there has to be, in order for any of these theories to work, either Karen to be guilty or for there to be a conspiracy where Jen is kind of the mastermind of. It requires at least one evil genius on either side for the theory to work. And there are no geniuses in life. The geniuses in life, they're making rocket scientists. They're doing brain surgery. But for the rest of us, none of us are geniuses. And they're unlike.
Man, listen to how ignorant this motherfucker is, bro. Like, you never seen Goodwill Hunting? Sometimes they're janitors at MIT, bro. Nah, I mean, but dude, there's geniuses, okay? There's fucking geniuses.
Unlikely to be any geniuses in that house or in Karen's house either. So clever people, smart people, yes, but geniuses, no. So someone that could stay that calm and go to the crime scene, and her heart rate stayed normal. Jen's heart rate stayed normal. We know from her health app data. So all of this stuff seems really unusual to me. I mean, there are other things that we could look at.
Of course, it's
unusual. For a long time, we looked at the fact that the owners didn't come out of the house, right? So that kind of tilted things a certain way. Now we could. Over time, I came to have a much better understanding of that and don't feel that that's a problem. So we now know that the vehicle, the first responders came in without sirens. So it's during a blizzard. The winds are howling. We've heard that from the 911 audio. It's not really, in hindsight, that surprising that Brian Albert and his wife didn't wake up. And since then, I've also done a lot more thinking about sleep.
Wait,
we all think
what?
we're light sleepers because we remember those times. Over time, I came to have a much better understanding of that and don't feel that that's a problem. So we now know that the vehicle, the first responders came in without sirens. So it's during a blizzard. The winds are howling. We've heard that from the 911 audio. It's not really, in hindsight, that surprising that Brian Albert and his wife didn't wake up. And since then, I've also done a lot more thinking.
Okay. Because this is one of my favorite lies in the whole case, is that Nicole Albert slept through all of the commotion of a dead police officer laying in her front lawn. That lie in this whole thing is one of my favorites. If I've got like a list of favorite lies told by these fucking people, like there's no fucking way, dude. Like, you saw how well kept that house was. You know what I mean? You saw how well kept that house was. These people are, I mean, it's a police house, dude. It's a house where it's a family, it's a cop's family's house. You're going to tell me that these people aren't aware of every single thing that's taking place on their property? They're just going to sleep through a dead cop laying on their lawn? They're just going to sleep through all of the EMTs, Karen screaming and yelling in the front of the property, hysterical, and they're just going to sleep through this? And we know that Jennifer McCabe talked to her.
Like, he's acting like that proof doesn't exist. Like, it's in her phone records. It's in her phone records with a timestamp. We heard the 911 call. We watched her do it. Like, I don't understand. Like, there's a good reason why people are saying that Jen McKay is a dirty motherfucker. There's a good reason why people are saying this. It's because there's reason to believe that she's a dirty motherfucker. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. How long to die in the cold? Not wanting to turn over her phone records, deleted calls, not identifying John O'Keefe as a police officer when she calls 911. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. Like, let's just say Jen McCabe's not the asshole she's made out to be in some weird world. But there's not a person that you can blame for thinking that she is. There's not a person you can blame for thinking that Jen McCabe isn't a dirty motherfucker, considering everything that we know about her involvement in this case. And not to mention what's going on with Turtle Boy's case too, and her involvement in that. If you're a victim, then you just fucking you hang back. You let law enforcement do their job. They're already fucking railroading his ass. Why are you getting directly involved in Turtle Boy shit if you don't want us to believe that you're not a dirty motherfucker? You know what I mean? Like, I'd love to be able to defend these people. I'd love to be able to defend somebody who Turtle Boy or anybody shoved their phone into their face, showed up at their kid's fucking lacrosse game. I would love to be that guy to be like, dude, that was fucked up. Because I've done that shit on this channel forever. I've always done that here. But the problem is Jen McCabe is a dirty motherfucker. That's the problem with that. That is the problem with that. To me, it's justified. Might even say it's necessary. It's arguably necessary. Arguably necessary because of how much his aggressive tactics have led to actual evidence that Karen Reed is innocent, or that there is some sort of misconduct taking place within the Massachusetts State Trooper in the Norfolk County DA's office. Vital evidence.
Or thinking about sleep. We all think we're light sleepers because we remember those times that something that isn't very loud wakes us up. But all those things that don't wake us up, we're not aware of them, so we don't remember that. And I think there are times in the night when we all sleep much more heavily than we realize. And I've looked at a lot of other cases. It's kind of a phenomenon. Even in the book, the Man from the Train, there was about dozens of families that were murdered by an axe murderer a century ago. None of those families, almost none of them ever in the house ever woke up. And he'd kill the father in the bed, and then the wife wouldn't wake up, and then he would smash the wife. And he was killing these people by smashing their heads with the blunt end of the axe. So you would think all of this stuff would be very loud. And they'd go into the children's rooms and kill all the kids, and none of them would wake up. So it was I think it turns out that we're probably all heavier sleepers than we thought. Something that a lot of people put a lot of evidence on the time was the fact that the Canton police didn't find the taillight pieces in the snow. But I think we kind of now know that probably because it was in the snowbank, and the state police were automatically going to take over that crime scene. The Canton police knew this, and so they were never going to they're not investigators. They don't have evidence kits. They don't have training on that. They were never going to take a shovel to a state police crime scene. Just never going to happen. Another problem that I had with the whole Jen McCabe thing is, or any of those people, their plan was to trick Karen into going on along with the idea that she did it. Like I said, that seems unlikely to me. There were no motive for killing John in the house. And so you can start out by saying maybe that's not that big a deal because they've all been drinking and it happens, but there still was no motive. And then they later tried to create
but it's so funny because there's absolutely motive. There's absolutely motive. The Colin Albert thing, there's sorry, but there's motive there. There just is. And you have that, and then you have the narrative that Wendy Murphy and Grant are trying to spin that Karen had motive because she was having an alleged affair with the DEA guy that was in the house too. But they're not realizing that it just makes the DEA guy have motive. It puts more motive inside the house. I mean, just by saying that, it puts more motive inside the house, which I've explained before. I'm not going to get into today because, you know, we got a lot to go over, but it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So there's more motive in the house than there is for Karen Reed. I mean, you got to do a little better than she was drunk and pissed off and calling him and saying, I hate you. You just got to do better than that. I've also explained this many times, why I feel that way. But yeah, like you got to do better than that for me. That's not motive. You know, it's not motive.
A false motive about Colin having a feud with John, and we now know that was false. I also, to
How
me,
do we know that's
the idea
false?
of, you know, a
Since when?
17-year-old kid killing a cop who works with his uncle. I don't know. That seemed a little. That seemed very unlikely to me. You know.
Sure, of course, it kind of seems unlikely, but the thing is that's if you're thinking that he did it alone. You know, I mean, who's to say that Colin was the only one to do it? Who's to say that it wasn't 2, even 3 against John? I mean, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole thing, is we really don't know what went on in that house. What we do know is that there's no actual evidence that directly and reliably points to Karen Reed being the one who did this. There just isn't. Because if you're going to sit here and you want to argue the whole DNA in the clothing, like fucking bitch Tim was in this chat. Because again, I showed up when Sean showed up. And I hadn't seen any of this that we're watching right now. And bitch Tim is like, what about and I didn't want to get into it, but I mean, I'll do it right now. I mean, it's a chain of custody issue. It is. If there's more than enough reason to believe that the tail light was planted, and then you find fragments of the tail light in John's clothing, which we saw pictures of laying on the hospital floor, not bagged, not tagged, just laying there on a hospital floor. I have to question how that got there. And I don't have to explain and come up with another explanation. If I'm a defense attorney, I don't have to explain how I think it got there. I just have to put doubt in a juror's mind that that's it. That how did it get there? I have to get a juror to ask themselves, how did it get there? And that right there is reasonable doubt. If the juror has to ask themselves, has to think about it, well, I mean, could this have happened? Could that have happened? That basically means anything could have happened. The chain of custody was not met, and that evidence is more than likely contaminated. It's contaminated for a trial. That's for sure. It's contaminated for a trial. It can't be used in trial because the chain of custody is fucked on it. There's no way to explain anything. So there's also no metadata from any of the photographs or the device that was used to take these photos of the crime scene. That's all gone. So, I mean, it's just a simple question of reasonable doubt. This is what I don't understand is so difficult to grasp by these trolls on Twitter. It's just that simple, like the Coffindorfers of the world. I just don't understand what's so difficult to grasp about reasonable doubt. And if I'm looking for reasonable doubt throughout this case, which is how I look at every single case that I cover, I look for the reasonable doubt, and there's nothing but reasonable doubt in this case. There's literally nothing but reasonable doubt in this case. Find me something that's solid. Give me something that I can't poke a hole through myself, and I'm not even a defense attorney. Give me something that I can't poke a hole right through. John's DNA on the on Karen's car, anywhere on it. It was her boyfriend. It's his girlfriend's car. Of course, his DNA is going to be all over the car. It's going to be everywhere, all over the car. Oh, it was near the taillight? Oh, well, maybe he was putting groceries away in the trunk one day. I mean, you got to do better than that. This is supposed to be the most damning evidence. This is supposed to make me think that Karen Reed hit John with her car. I'm sorry. It's not even close to enough. Literally everything that has been made public, I could poke a hole through, and I'm not even a lawyer. Imagine what a public defender could do, much less a team like Yannetti and Jackson can do. So it's asinine to sit here and say that it's not absurd that the Commonwealth is moving forward with this case. It's absolutely absurd that the Commonwealth is moving forward with this case with what little they have. And it's absurd that Judge Bev seems to want this to happen. It's bizarre.
So, but then there were some other things too. There was the odd behavior of Chief Berkowitz, finding pieces at the scene a week later, driving by, and also interfering with a news reporter to try to keep Brian's name out of the papers. And then finally, kind of a big one was the fact that the feds were investigating this, which we found this out pretty early, right? And we had to, we weren't sure if this was rumor at first, but over time it became somewhat substantiated. So that was very suspicious. So this is just, to me, how I try to approach a case. And I know some of you guys do this too. And this is just what you weigh these things. But for me, that weighing,
Scott, I agree. Yeah. That they double down, and when they lose, they'll say we tried, sure. And they'll say, it'll give the Casey Anthony effect, or the OJ effect, that she's guilty but got away with it. That's what they're hoping for. And the reason why they're hoping for that, if one had to ask, well, what would be their motive for hoping for that? Wouldn't they want justice? Well, no, because there's only one other direction that you can look. If Karen Reed is not guilty of this crime, there is only one other place that you can investigate, logically come to the conclusion of this is where we're going to investigate. And that is 34 Fairview and the people that were inside that house that night. There's no other place to go with the investigation. So if they manage to get Karen Reed, if they manage to lose this case, their strategy is, bad guy got away. What can we do? Right? Now, I believe the defense and what they're saying, the defense is saying that their motive for doing this is they're deathly afraid of what this federal investigation is going to turn up. And so they figure go to trial and take their chances. And if they win and get Karen Reed convicted, well, then that exonerates them of anything that they're being investigated for as far as this investigation goes. So that's pretty sound, but it sounds so desperate and stupid that it's hard to believe that an actual district attorney's office would engage in this. That's what makes it so hard to believe. It's such a stupid, childish attempt to get away at something, to get away with something. It's pathetic. Like, that should be grounds, and probably is, for being disbarred. That it should be. That's insane. Is to have that as a reason to move forward with a case. because that's what it seems to be. I mean, in process of elimination here, in process of elimination, sorry, I had a brain fart there. I got distracted by chat and yeah, totally lost my train of thought there. It happens to me sometimes. Yeah, I mean, we saw the tail light, it was cracked. You know what I mean? Like, supposedly Carrie and Jen McCabe told Karen that it was cracked. You have a cracked taillight. This is supposedly after she allegedly hit him. This is
Wing, people accuse me of being on the fence for doing that. But once you take away the 227 search, once you take away the certainty of the 227 search, then you have to say there's a lot of weighing going on here. And you should have at least had a basic understanding that this is a defense theory. This is something that the defense is trying to push on the public. That's what defense teams do. He should have had a sense that this was all being done through a blogger who had an interest in this, in doing this, in building his audience, in basically being able to say that he's exposing the crime of the century. That was, so we had an interest in doing that too. We were a much smaller channel, but if it turned out to be a conspiracy, yeah, we'd be riding that wave too now. Our views and subscribers would be much higher. But if you're honestly approaching this and you're not just doing it from a grifting perspective, you're going to continue to weigh things. And that's what so we're going to try to do that tonight. So let me bring on the video from Sean. And like I said, all right, so I'm going to play this.
I've spent my entire. Oh, Mike, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. I just happened to see the notification come through. Appreciate that.
At a combination of speeds. I'm going to start it out at regular speed so you get the.
Like, hold on.
But you have to. But if you're honestly approaching this and you're not just doing it from a grifting.
Yeah, I've been asking questions about, like, this is all we do. Dude, and you look at Olivia's posts on Twitter, like, they're almost always come in the form of a question. Almost always. They come in the form of a question. That's the whole point. Like, you guys aren't asking questions. You guys are just accepting whatever the Commonwealth says. Whenever they say it. Like in real time. Oh, they're saying this. Well, that's it. Oh, they changed it. They're saying this. Well, that's it. I mean, that's not thinking critically at all. It's like you're sitting here talking about questioning things, yet you don't question anything. That's the whole point. That's what we're here, you know? And you're getting pissed. You're angry because we're asking questions. That's really what's going on here. That's actually what's going on here. Let's just fucking be completely honest. Put everything on the table. Okay? Everything's on the table now, Plevin. All right? That's all this is. That's all this is. Like, there's this weird bitterness for absolutely no reason. Here, you got mad that you all are mad. Every single one of you idiots who post things and you make up things about people and you attack people and you do this under these fake accounts and you do all these things, and you have Plevin who's acting like he's above it all, and you know, the bottom line is you're only angry because we're asking questions. You don't like that we're asking questions. I mean, let's just be honest. Again, cards all on the table. Let's just be honest with each other. Finally, you fuckers are pissed off that somebody asked questions. You're pissed off that Turtle Boy asked questions, and you're pissed off that people started asking questions inspired by Turtle Boy asking questions, and so on and so forth. And now we're here. And for some reason, when you boils it all down, everything else is evaporated. You cut out all the fat. You're pissed off because someone rocked the boat and your little comfort zone got its fifis hurt. That's all that happened. People started rocking the boat and you got nervous. Oh no, don't do that. People wanted better for themselves. People want better for themselves and you tear them down for it. That's also something else that just boils down. You have these people, these Canton locals, these Norfolk County locals, these Commonwealth of Massachusetts locals who see something wrong and are demanding something better. That's all it boils down to. There's something wrong and they're demanding something better, and not just for themselves, but for you too. And somehow this angers you. Somehow this bothers people. I don't understand that. This is something that I'll never understand. Because it's clear that there's reason to be upset here. There's a dead police officer, and the people responsible are not taking accountability. And they're trying to railroad an innocent woman for it. It should be something that infuriates you. And when you look at the evidence, it is that the case. I mean, again, even if you think that Karen Reed is guilty, you cannot, if you have common sense, dismiss the fact that at the very least, this investigation has cost John O'Keefe justice. It is the investigation and how it was conducted that cost John O'Keefe justice. Beyond the murder itself. Somebody's guilty of it. We don't know who, but it fell upon the investigation to get John O'Keefe justice. And the investigation was a flop. A failure in every way that you could possibly think it could be. And at this point, the defense is astounded at the idea that this could even go to trial because of this. Okay, I won't. Charlene Savoli, thank you so much. You don't have to play the song. Just wanted to know what Kevin's new name Plevin stands for, as I missed the show explaining it. Oh no, I just stuck. He started referring to me as Bill, and I was reviewing one of his videos, and I was like, why is he calling me fucking Bill, man? You know, and that's always kind of gotten on my nerves. You know, like as a kid, you know, somebody called me Bill or Billy. I'm just like. So, you know, I'm just like, that's not my name, you know? So like, what if I called you fucking Plevin? And it just stuck. Yeah, Scott, this is mind-boggling that this is even a point where there are sides, you know, splitting the community. It's so ridiculous because it is just plain apparent. Oh, I mean, I don't care if people call me a grifter. I don't give a shit. I'm here to entertain, man. That's it. I'm here to share my thoughts. And if my thoughts and opinions are entertaining to you guys and you like to support, I'm grateful for it. I just like hanging out with you guys, man. That's it. I'm not asking for anything. Scott, what gets me is the DA actually thinks that not one juror is going to see this for what it is. Do they realize their careers are over? Right. I mean, that's actually absolutely the point. Their careers are absolutely over. I do not believe that was Kevin's thought process at the time. Stuff got really personal really fast, almost overnight. It sucks for everyone. Okay. Thank you, Thomas Fleming. Appreciate it. That's what I'm saying, Scott, is I've never fucking seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this. Like, this is crazy. It's Twilight Zone shit that it's gone this far considering everything that we know. Yeah, there are certain channels that won't touch it. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's fine, you know, I get it. It could bring you trouble. You know what I mean? Like, it's the kind of case that could bring you trouble. And I could understand a former law enforcement officer who has a YouTube channel feeling uncomfortable about it, you know? And you know, all I'm saying is if you're one of these and you say you're going to do a deep dive in it, and then your deep dive turns out to be nothing except bringing Coffindoffer up on your panel who knows nothing about the case, that was an insult to everyone who feels affected by this. So, you know, if you're going to do a deep dive, do a deep dive is all I'm saying. You know, if you're former law enforcement and you're using that, oh yeah, Deets, 100%. 100 fucking percent, Deets. Absolutely. I mean, the thing is like, if you're going to claim that you're law enforcement, you know, then you better do some digging. You better do some investigating of your own. If you're going to talk about a case like that, you know, and Bill Cannon didn't do that. He just didn't do it. And he said he would. So that was one of the few things that could destroy his credibility for me. I respect the fact that he's a law enforcement officer. I respect the fact that he, you know, but as a YouTuber, using the fact that he's former law enforcement and using it's supposed and promising people to provide them with insight when he provided absolutely no insight, no plausible insight, because he did absolutely no research on the case. He just took Coffindoffer's word and he let that be his public opinion. And that is not something that I can respect.
Perspective, you're going to continue to weigh things, and that's what you're so we're going to try to do that tonight. So let me bring on the video from Sean, and like I said, all right, so I'm going to play this at a combination of speeds. I'm going to start it out at regular speed so you get the actual sense of Sean. And
no, Plevin,
and no, it's okay with Sean if he's still watching.
No, Plevin is not former law enforcement.
I'm going to speed it up a couple of times just so we get through it a little bit quicker. But you'll know that they don't really talk like chipmunks. You guys have all seen Sean enough to know that that's not at all the case.
Is he going to be playing that in high speed?
If we see this here, I also just, even before we start this, as I said, I really think Sean has done an excellent job in terms of presentation skills.
Tammy D's, thank you so much. And they have to remember these people weren't all sober and thinking clearly themselves that evening. Right. They weren't, you know. I mean, yeah, everyone was drunk.
So I think he's a natural at it. I just want to briefly talk about this Brian Wongos who we're going to hear these guys talk about. Now, Sean sent me pictures this summer of Karen's SUV.
Like, Sean had a lady on the last time he was live who's a body language, I guess, expert, right? And she was badass, right? She was really funny too. Like, I really liked her. And she played the thing where Karen was saying that she had maybe 4 drinks, but I'm gonna say Karen is fucking lying. I think Karen was hammered. I don't think she hit John with the car, but I think Karen was hammered, and I think everyone was hammered. Literally everybody who went out that night and hung out, I think, were hammered. So I you know, Karen saying, you know, maybe 4 drinks. No, come on, Karen, stop it. She was like really like thinking about it. 4 drink? No, stop. Like, if it was 4 drinks, she would have been like 4. I had 4.
SUV with the taillight removed. Now, he didn't tell me then that he was communicating directly with Karen, that he was communicating with her lawyers or Olivia or anyone else on her PR team. He never told me any of that. So I had no idea. Excuse me while I take a drink of coffee. I had no idea of this stuff. What he did tell me was that he had a team, his own team that he had put together that was basically, my understanding was this came together through the Facebook group. Just people that were interested in it, and particularly people from Canton. I'm not sure. Maybe there was also the Canton Confidential from people that are from the town of Canton. Maybe I think there's a forum there. I'm not from Canton, so I never had access to it. But my understanding was his connections came through covering this case. So he had told me that he had a couple of retired Canton police on his team. Didn't tell me who. Later on, I would learn the name Peter Murphy from someone else, but Sean didn't tell me. And he also talked a lot about a source inside the Canton police. As we're not going to go into that here, but a call that he told me about that came in, a 911 call from John. So he didn't tell me anything about who that source was. There was, so I don't really know. I'm not.
Dude, all these guys talk to each other, man. Like, that's the thing, dude. When you're a cop, especially in like a big city, like, I realize it's not actually Boston, but like, it's still kind of Boston. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on. So, these people are like family, these cops. They're like family, these cops. So it's not so far-fetched that Peter Murphy, considering the position that he had with the Canton Police Department, why he would not have sources, reliable sources within the Canton Police Department. Yeah, right. It's brand new information that cops talk to each other. Like, why is that so hard to believe?
You'll have to ask him. And again, I'm not asking him to reveal sources. So we all have our sources. And as long as we don't lie about those sources, there's nothing wrong with not revealing them. So, but what I didn't understand when I looked at those taillight pictures that he sent me of the SUV with the taillight removed, what I didn't understand, and frankly still don't. Hey, I don't have 28 years of law enforcement experience, but I didn't understand the relevance of the taillight removal. Why did the conspirators remove it? Why? Why would you do that? Sean would never answer any of that. He just would send us these pictures as though they were self-explanatory, and you'd ask the question, and he'd be just kind of like, "Isn't it obvious?" And I was like, "No, it's not to me." But he never explained it to me. And to my understanding, I don't think he ever explained it to my partners either. And we all were just kind of dumbfounded about it. And he told me I couldn't use the picture, so I didn't. I just kind of let it go because it never meant anything to me. It still doesn't mean much to me. When we play the clip, you'll see. Now, part of it means something. So, anytime you see signs of dishonesty in the documenting of key evidence, yeah, that could be a problem. Now, it's still hard to understand what the purpose is of here. I mean, so what will be the purpose for the conspirators removing the taillight? So just to refresh quickly, for those of you guys that might not be aware of what happened to the car. So there's no way anybody had access to the car until it was towed from where Karen's parents live in the town of Dighton. So that tow was at 418. It's a 45 minute drive to the Canton police garage where they took it. It was during rush hour, during a blizzard. I don't know if that we don't know what time it got there, but so the earliest that tow could have arrived would have been 5. So it got there sometime after 5, and then it has to be unloaded.
Oh, right? That must be exhausting.
The taillight piece was found at the crime scene at 5:45 by the CERT team. That's the state police team. The news media were there filming. So there were a lot of troopers swarming the scene at that time. So somehow, if the theory that this taillight was removed or whatever went on here involved tampering at that time, in order for the conspiracy to be in any way plausible, somebody had to take taillight pieces from Karen's SUV and plant them in the snow,
smart ass.
where they were found at 5:45. There's no conspiracy without that. All right, you might create reasonable doubt on some other way and say a spaceship hit John outside or another car, or whatever. But the conspiracy theory, which has been front and center on our mind since the defense pushed it through Turtle Boy in April, is that Karen had nothing to do with this. But Karen's taillight was broken and pieces front matched to her taillight were found at the crime scene. So the only way that's plausible is if somebody planted it, and no one could have. If there's any window at all where someone could have had access to those pieces, it was only after it was towed. So that was sometime after 5. So it's hard to really understand exactly how they could have pried pieces off that taillight in the garage and still managed to get there in time. But if they did, it had to be kind of like a Mission Impossible operation at the garage. So they had only minutes to do this and make sure no one else was around. Of course, I have since confirmed that garage is under 20.
I think we got a super chat.
Scott McGinnis, thank you. If all of what some of us believe to be the true scope of corruption and cover up in this to be proven true, the fallout will be tremendous. Agreed. I'm just saying, now that to me is a separate thing. It's connected, but it's separate. You know what I mean? Like it's a branch. and a big branch. But right now, my thought process is more what's going to happen with Karen Reed, you know. But I assure you that it all lays on the federal investigation. Whatever the federal investigation comes up with will determine whether or not there will be indictments coming down to anyone inside 34 Fairview. Okay. Cheryl, thank you so much. I love your passions and humor. Don't play your song. Okay, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, as far as like I said, indictments coming down to people from 34 that were inside 34 Fairview, I think that's all going to depend on what that federal investigation is uncovered. Otherwise, I shudder to think that justice for John may be lost. I hope that's not the case, but I think it all rests on that federal investigation. That's my opinion.
Murphy's story is important to hear, and you know, we don't know that he's telling the truth or not. But the thing is it's kind of like back with the old thing about Michael Morrissey, the DA, when he gave that press conference and said that Trooper Proctor didn't go to 34 Fairview that day.
Thank you, Gilly.
That Colin Albert was not in the house; he was gone by the time Karen and John arrived. Now, I don't know anything about Michael Morrissey. I can't tell you if he's an honest guy or a dishonest guy, but I can tell you that it would be strange for him to lie when he knows that that's something that's going to be disproved later. So to me, it's going to be very unlikely that Michael Morrissey was lying. So maybe we can say the same thing.
Wait,
here.
What?
Let's pull up this.
Michael Morrissey absolutely did lie. What do you mean? We watched him lie. We know for a fact he lied because he said that there was absolutely no personal relationship between the Proctors and the McCabe's. And then we saw absolute undeniable proof of this. Lots of it, actually. Not just one little picture. We saw a shit ton of proof that the Proctors and the McCabe's have a very close personal family relationship. So Michael Morrissey absolutely lied in that public statement. As a matter of fact, that public statement is basically what a lot of the reasoning for them wanting him recused from this, disqualified from this case, is based on that very public statement where he lied several times.
Let's pull up the tape. Now, I rewound it back to the beginning a little bit so you can get a fuller sense of who Peter Murphy is. You all know Sean.
About you getting into law enforcement. What was the actual drive for you to get into law enforcement? Knowing that wasn't the money, what was it for you?
I think I've always had an inherent propensity to help people and to protect the weak from the strong. And I took pride in helping people, and I took a lot of pride in chasing bad guys who did bad things and bringing them to justice.
I think this is still playing at high speed, so please understand this was a little faster.
In some cases, actually putting them in jail, and that's the way the system was set up, and I bought into it.
Right. So
all right, I've returned it to normal.
Like we know, when you're in law enforcement, you tend to hang around with like people. Like all my friends growing up, and basically in my jobs, we're all cops or agents. That's what we did.
Right.
We felt secure. How was it for you when you retired? Did you still keep contact with people, either in your former department or other cops in the area?
Yeah, a combination of both, Sean. I stayed in touch with many of my colleagues that I had worked with in Canton, and I made a lot of friends down here in the town in Marshfield that I live in, and always found myself calling the state police or local department on 911 and saying, "Hey, you guys looking for a couple of gentlemen that are kind of lurking along the side of the road and their pants are wet up to their knees?" And
just to pause here, you're going to see here, and this is very understandable. I can totally understand this, and I've never been a cop, but just anything you've done in your career, it's hard to retire, right? So these guys put their lives into law enforcement, and then you retire, and it's hard to instincts. So I do feel bad for them, but you have to remember that might color. You might be sometimes looking for things that aren't there because it's important.
The dispatcher at the state police said, "Yeah, they just stole a car and bailed out by Quirk Chevrolet in Hingham." I said, "Well, I'm right behind their car. They got into a car. They must have made a call, and we're going to a gas station over in Hanover, just over the Hanover line." 3 stadies came swooping in and locked them up, and I still do the job today. I still get involved.
Just to repeat, I still do the job today, and it's just, will that explain some of what's going on here? We'll see.
Carry your gun all the time?
A good percentage of the time, for sure.
Not when you're drinking. Not when you're drinking, but
No.
Very good. Good. So, okay, that's great. We have a little background. Let's fast forward to end of January, February 2022. What were you doing? Where were you when you heard the news? And how did it affect you? About John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
I saw it on the news, news caption. I saw it in the newspaper. I think the Herald might have had the story, maybe the Globe. I saw the house that was taken. The picture was taken of the house where it happened. I didn't recognize the house on Fairview Road until I actually took it upon myself to drive up there and match what I'd seen on TV. So the house and the house number. And I thought it was a horrible tragedy. At that time, it sounded like it was a motor vehicle homicide. And
speeding it up a little.
Changed and upgraded to a murder 2 charge. And I probably like yourself, Sean, I believed in the system that I worked under for all those years. And I bought into it. And as far as I knew, it was the way it was. It was a story told, no charges brought, and I just assumed there was no reason to question anything until April rolled around. And as you indicated eloquently, Aiden Kearney brought a lot of it to the forefront. And then I started to see some telltale signs of that brought me to question the evidence, physical evidence, and circumstantial evidence, and the procedures that were followed or not followed.
Also, just to note here that even I don't think he lives in Canton. I think he said Marshfield, perhaps, which is not that close to Canton. He is a retired Canton police. He retired in 2010. So until Aiden's story, he had no reason to think.
So what fucking difference does it make how far he lived from Canton, bro? Like, the issue here is his credibility. If you're trying to make that out to be like some sort of ding on his credibility, dude, you're fucking reaching. You just also in the same breath pointed out the fact that he trained people in the Canton Police Department.
To think there was anything unusual.
And I said, wow, there's more to this. And that changed around sometime around the first week in April. And there's a couple of Boston police officers that live here in Marshfield in my neighborhood. And I said to them, hey, what do you hear at the water bubble?
Dude, everybody drives a half hour to work. Everybody does.
What's going on with the Boston police? What do you hear about this case? And he said, well, it's not talked about. And he also said, if you want more information, Pierre, you should follow Turtle Boy. I said, what? What is Turtle Boy? A cartoon? What are you talking about? What's Turtle Boy? He said, no, it's a journalist. It's a blogger.
I said, kind of like Jill Daniels' reaction, right? Turtle. Right? I mean, I hate to say it, but listen, that was my reaction too. But hey, you can't take it away from the kid,
Right. No, I mean, I often ask the question. I've said it before in many of the court hearings I've attended over in Denham. Most of them. Where would we be today if Aiden hadn't, with his due diligence and you jumping in, gotten to this point? I mean, would she be in jail already?
I mean,
it's a great question. Listen, Aiden carried that flag. I mean, he had the platform. He had the info. He was bringing it out. He was having people turn their heads. I mean, the other side knew that this was coming.
Yo, let me give a shout out to the people on Twitter, man. What's up, Twitter? Okay. Got almost 500 people watching on Twitter, which I don't think that's ever happened, but cool. Awesome. Thank you guys for watching.
Coming. And now here we are. We're knocking on the door. We're on the threshold right now of this case, just basically blowing up. But so, okay, Peter, but real quick. So, all right. So you felt that way. You kind of did what I did, but you took other steps, right? You got a little bit more involved. I was just more hanging out in Facebook groups, but you were more proactive, weren't you?
Well, I was, Sean, because if you think about it, I was in a real big position in the other town. I was well respected. I was made community service officer. I was made safety officer. I got an administrative schedule, but I opted to transfer back to Canton. And I guess I just had this passion to do the right thing, do the best I could. I led the department in productivity, arrests, citations. I'll be honest, I didn't lose too many cases. Kevin Reddickton could tell you that. I think he dreaded it when he saw me.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, unlike myself and you being up there, you're right there in ground zero, I call it, right? You got pretty close to the defense and to some of the federal agents.
What's the problem with this guy's credibility? I don't see the problem.
Did you not?
Correct. I did.
Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I think Sean's doing a very good job here and getting to key aspects of this. So,
dude,
hats off to him. He's doing a good job. He's not just throwing this out there. He's going to get a little bit into what the process was with Murphy.
What the fuck are you talking
about? Probably late May, early June, and I indicated that I thought that I felt there was something that there was a story here that needed to be corrected. But when it was being told, didn't fly in my eyes. and I spoke to Attorney Yannetti several times. I believe he was welcomed my input and what I had to tell him, and I mentioned to him that I would be willing to speak with other agencies that would be investigating the case, and he said that would probably be a good idea, and I moved on to that.
Right,
dude. Let me tell you something, man. Sean's channel, if he keeps doing what he's doing, his channel's gonna fucking blow up. As soon as Karen Reed is exonerated for this shit, his channel's gonna blow the fuck up. Because like he is coming out of the gate as former law enforcement who actually cares about integrity. Right out of the gate. Which is powerful as fuck on this platform. Powerful as fuck. Just him being genuine, being himself, putting his name on the line to talk about corruption is fucking dope. Like, so expect big things for Sean's channel if he keeps going about it the way that he is. Expect big things. And I wish him all the best because he totally deserves it.
Okay, very good. All right, so I guess what was the most critical part for you in this whole case initially? What was the most critical part that stuck out to you when we found out a little bit more about the case? Anything jump out at you as a police officer, former sergeant, anything at all jump out that just said to you, wow, this is some serious stuff?
Well, certainly the standard procedures, SOPs, protocols of a crime scene investigation. As I listened to more of the case and it unfolded, and also when Aiden started to get into some of the information, it appeared that there were a lot of mistakes made.
Yeah, Bob, there's Bob Weir. There's Glare merch now. If you go into the description, Cherry's been dropping the link here and there too. But if you go into the description, the merch for Teespring, go into there and you can get yourself a Glare shirt.
From 6:06 a.m. on the morning of the 29th, and it just seemed like it was just one inadequacy of the investigation after another, and then the crime scene was left unguarded, and there's no blocking of the roadways. And,
just want to pause here quickly, and I spoke many times with Sean over the summer, and I really enjoyed those conversations. I like Sean. Peter Murphy seems like a likable guy here. I'm playing at this at high.
Plevin, please, dude. Plevin.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Totally, McGruber. Fucking totally.
Speed. This is 1.5 speed, so this is not how they normally talk. But just look at compare their thinking to ours. He's not using any skepticism here when it comes to Turtle Boy. He's taking all of this story from Turtle Boy, and who's not in law enforcement, and he's not applying.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said that Turtle Boy was responsible for bringing a lot of it out to the forefront. That's what he said. He didn't say, I got all my information from Turtle Boy. He's naming things that you can look at through the documents. And here's the thing, is even still, if Turtle Boy was what got his attention, it's valid. Does Turtle Boy not show receipts? Does Turtle Boy not post documents, evidence? You know what I mean? So what? I mean, this is a former law enforcement agent. He's going to look at that and then go, is this proof? I can do that. I can look at a blog that someone wrote, and then when they, I can tell if there's proof there or if there's not proof and just opinion. I have common sense and I can tell the difference. This is a former law enforcement agent. He absolutely knows the difference. So, well, who cares if he got that information? Now, I get the understanding. Like, I refused to read any of Turtle Boy's stuff or watch any of his videos except for like some of the little short ones.
where he's outside protesting. So, but I refused to get any information on the case from Turtle Boy when I first started looking at this. I refused to do it. I stuck absolutely to the spreadsheet that was provided to me by Sleuthy Goosey. So that's totally how I stuck with it. And then I brought Turtle Boy on. Because I was like, I got to hear what he has to say about this shit. So, I mean, but there's nothing wrong with Turtle Boy being, at this point, it's safe for me to say that I don't think there's anything wrong with Turtle Boy being your source for information, as long as you're capable of telling the difference between fact and opinion. Because Turtle Boy does share a lot of his opinions, but he also will provide receipts for facts. So, you know, just you got to know the difference, and you'll find what Turtle Boy does pretty useful.
Any skepticism at all here, and he's saying protocols are not followed, and they don't. But he's basing that not on any trial information. He's basing that strictly on something that's been fed to the public by the defense. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong. It might turn out to be the protocols weren't followed here, but he should also understand that that stuff's not going to be discussed by the officers investigating the case while the investigation is going on and before the trial. And they're just not going to. So I would think he would maybe understand that a little bit. Peter Murphy, I guess, retired as a sergeant and at one time did run for chief. Now, so I don't know what his training is on murder investigations or hit and runs. Maybe he has some, but I suspect he doesn't have any. And I don't think Sean has any either. But obviously they have training with law enforcement, general procedures about gathering evidence and chain of custody and things like that. So
I don't know. I just I think, in my opinion, for whatever reason, it didn't go right, and it's taken its toll on the community. The community is divided. I mean, people in the police department don't talk to me because I see it the way the evidence has led me in my training and experience after all those years. And if Karen went on TV tomorrow with her attorneys and said, "I want to take a plea," I'd say she might take a plea, but she didn't do anything. That's just the way it is.
After this last hearing, I don't think that will ever happen. I don't know.
No.
That more of a hoax. There is absolutely no way. Come on, let's face it.
Yeah, that's another example there of Plevin being a manipulative little shitbag. Okay, this is fact. Okay, because if you look at what he was doing there, he sat there and he explained, like he out of his mouth, he explained very valid reasons as to why Peter Murphy is absolutely credible. The guy ran for chief for the Canton Police Department. Now, that doesn't mean he became chief because he didn't. He ran for chief, probably lost. Okay. But the thing is I don't think you're qualified to run for chief unless you're qualified to be chief. Doesn't mean you're the best person for the job, just qualified. And to be qualified as chief of police, I mean, yeah, I'd say they know a little bit about evidence collection. I'd say, and preservation of a crime scene. I'd say they know a little bit about it, Plevin. You know, he's like, oh, they probably know. No, dude, yes, they're experts. These are men who have been doing this most of their lives. Thank you for becoming a member, Robin McGowan. Appreciate it. I mean, so the way that he it's a mind game that he's playing with his very simpleton audience. Yeah, Sean is trained in psych ops and black ops. Right. This is I don't understand why it's so hard to give this guy some respect, bro. It makes no sense to me. This is a guy that has probably seen and done shit that you would have fucking nightmares about. You know what I'm saying? And in order to survive doing what he does, he'd have to be pretty fucking smart. You'd have to be a naive or ignorant asshole to not acknowledge the fact that for Sean to effectively have done his job for 25 years plus, he would have to be pretty fucking smart to have survived it. I mean, I need you to think, Plevin. I need you to use your brain. I know it's difficult. Plevin, I know it's difficult, but just I need you to start applying smarts. And I don't know what your excuse is, but
I'm retarded?
that's not a valid excuse, my friend. I'm sorry. It's just not. But moving on.
Yeah, 3,100 pages of exculpatory. Listen, I don't care if it's a half a page.
Okay, this is just not credible. All right, because we don't know what's in those 3,000 pages. And the defense says it's exculpatory, but just common sense tells us that the defense was going to say that if the feds just turned over the phone book, if they turned over War and Peace, they were going to look at that and say, yeah, it's all exculpatory. Of course they are. And just as naturally, the prosecution is going to look at that and say, no, none of this is exculpatory. It essentially fits the state's theory, which is what they said.
I mean, I agree with them on that. But the problem is that the defense necessarily isn't going to, they're not necessarily going to say that, you know? Like, the thing is everything's up in the air when it comes to this case, you know? Like, I don't know what to expect. I really don't. I have no fucking idea what to expect at this point. Because the prosecution, I would say, well, the prosecution, in any other case, I would say the prosecution wouldn't say that it's all inculpatory against Karen Reed unless they could prove it. No prosecution would do that unless they could absolutely prove it. But I mean, look at everything they've done so far. Dude, I've never seen a case where the defense where the DA's office was under federal investigation and the defense tried to get the DA disqualified and have the case dismissed. I've never seen that shit. In any case that I've ever covered, I've never seen that shit. I don't think that the defense would do that unless they could prove it, because you're putting your careers on the line. Like Jackson and Yannetti are absolutely putting their careers on the line. Like they're putting everything on this case, all of their credibility. You're accusing a district attorney of corruption and a bunch of cops. You're accusing a bunch of cops of framing an innocent woman. I mean, you better be able to back that up. You know, that's not going to be a question of, oh, well, we lost in court and that's that. And then moving on. That's going to affect their credibility in the future. Hell, that could be even considered, I would think, misconduct if you're not able to prove that shit. That's a scary thing. I don't think that these people would be doing what they're doing unless they could prove it. There's too much on the line for them.
So for Sean to say stuff like that, I really don't, these kind of leaps of logic don't pass the smell test to me. I don't really understand it. I don't really understand how people would say that. It's just common sense. Again, back to the used car thing. It's going a lot. And this guy said, and the used car tells me this is the best car ever. It's never been an accident. It's never had a problem. It's never been repaired. You have to have some skepticism.
That says, we hid this from you, Karen. It doesn't matter. It's game over. All right. We know this. We do know this more, and everyone else here is going to know. And I know we got a lot of trolls. Listen, guys, YouTube lied to me. They said I could hover over someone's name. I can make them wrenches. Trust me, there'll be no more trolls again. My instructions to my hand-selected mods was basically going to give them wrenches. But anyways, this is
no. I love. I got to be honest. I love when I see like new people who's they don't know how to YouTube. They're just new on YouTube and they're just such badass at what they're doing already
They have so much to already bring to the table that they don't even know how to fucking wrench someone. I love to see that. You know who the first person I saw that happened to was? Annie from 10 to Life. That was the first person I saw that happen to her. Look at her now. Annie has like, I haven't even checked last time. I don't know what the last time I checked, but she's well over 1 million subscribers now. She has one of the top true crime podcasts called Serialously. And when I first met her, she had just done she was doing her first live stream. And I was like, hey, you got to click on a name. You need moderators, because she had thousands of people in her chat the very first time, just like Sean here. Because these people who have so much to bring to the table, I mean, it's an unstoppable force. It's an unstoppable force. You know, that's what's going to happen with Sean. Sean has a lot to bring to the table here. So this is I mean, even if he just sat up there and told stories about his job, he would be killing it. You know what I mean?
This is, it's a process. But anyways, Peter, getting back to this whole thing, without getting into names and stuff, did you in fact elicit your closest friends and engage them in conversation about, what they thought? I'm sure you had a nucleus of friends. Did you try to get them to talk to you about what they thought, their feelings?
I certainly did, and I reached out to several of them, and I said, "Look, you worked for me for a number of years. We did some real good police work together." And my main concern to the people I reached out to was, I hope you're not going to get jammed up. And I said to them, if there's something that you think you need to come forward with, it's in your best interest that you perhaps either tell me now, or we can make a plan to get you to talk to the right people. Because if you can get in front of it and get out ahead of the problem of being jammed up, it's going to work to your advantage. If they come.
All right. So just to emphasize here, Mr. Murphy is reaching out to Canton Police, who used to be under his supervising back in 2010 or a little bit earlier. He retired in 2010. He has at this point, he has no evidence, doesn't claim to have any evidence at all of a conspiracy. All he has is Turtle Boy's reporting. That's it. And based on that, he's reaching out. Just
come after you and come up behind you, your problem's going to be tenfold worse. And I reached out to these people, and I had conversations with them, and information came to me.
Was it like a kumbaya type conversations, or was it kind of heated? Give me a flavor.
No, it's correct. It was me. I was saying to them,
give me a flavor.
One particular instance, I was within 3 feet of space to the person, and I said, "Look, I said, I just need you to reiterate that you're going to be okay." I said, "You're a friend of mine, and I consider you a good police officer." I said, "It looks like there's a lot of bad things happening here, and I hope you're not going to be involved in it." And there was no joke to the conversations. I can tell you that. I mean, we're talking about a dead police officer on another police officer.
Right on, Kitty. I'm glad you like it.
No, not at all. All right, so let's get to the big elephant in the room. Okay.
Oh.
Now, obviously,
Micronauts, what's up?
First of all, I did the intro. I didn't really identify the person who made me come out. Is this guy right here? Where's my finger? Right there. That guy right there.
That guy.
I saw him make a donation to Karen on I guess in the groups in the
room. We'll get to that later. The defense filed a couple of motions today. I forgot to talk about. Now, I mean, we'll see what happens, but they filed a couple of motions today. So it seems like just by the fact that they filed these motions, it seems like the reviewing of the 3,100 page document is moving along. So
the early days, you could see all the donations, and I see this Peter Murphy, Sergeant Peter. And I heard Peter's name when I would come back and forth from Peru or whatever assignment I was on, because my mother and father lived there. We brought the kids back home. We always spent Christmas or Thanksgivings. It was just, my parents lived there, for 53 years. All right. And I remember seeing Peter's name. So when I saw Peter Murphy give a donation, and what he said to Karen on that little donation little card, I said, my God, then I have to come out. Peter was my inspiration for stripping down and coming forward. But we tucked Peter in the background for many reasons. Let's face it, he was right there. So Peter, when you were still kind of in the shadows, we'll call you in the shadows, an event happened, all right, where you were able to talk to a principal in this case and explain to the audience what that was all about.
Sure. It was about the first it was the first week in April, Sean. It was probably on or about the 7th or 8th of April. And I was in Canton, and I stopped by Brilliance Auto Body.
Excuse me, what kind of auto body was that?
The name of the company was Brilliance.
Brilliance. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And the owner of Brilliance Auto Body had been a personal friend of mine for over 20 years, and we did family functions together and everything. And he was one of.
Oh yeah, Microdots' new video is dope. Y'all need to check it out. Microdots is the truth, man.
The three that I reached out to that I just referenced a minute ago.
Wait a minute. You said a personal friend. Was he also a police officer?
Yes, he was. He was a police officer, but I mean, our families we socialized together, and I also played in an over 30 hockey league with him.
Okay.
So I mean, it was more than just a subordinate supervisory relationship.
Okay, so you literally
You just see fucking Peter Murphy just fucking checking people on the ice, fucking spitting blood and going, yeah, you want some more, you fucking cocksucker? Come here.
supervised Brian.
Correct.
Okay, but you also were very close to him off the job, right?
Yes.
And barbecues, throwing back some beers, you know. Did you guys? Let me ask you a question. One of the big things for me as a young cop was choir practices. Did you ever do any choir practices? Explain to me what a choir.
I can a choir practice is basically when these guys get off duty, they want to have a drink fest, which is understandable. I had my bar owning days in Worcester, I had a lot of friends that were cops, and one of the classes we kind of even sponsored. I think this was probably around 2003, 2004. A lot of great guys, but some of the guys that approached me a few times about being able to do these choir practices after hours at the bar, and I said no. I just didn't want any part of that.
Oh my God, I don't care.
You put cops together in a room drinking, and one or two cops, great. You put a bunch together, it can turn out to be not fun.
Yeah, I think every cop knows what choir practice is. Yeah, for sure. And you know, I can say when I worked midnights, I really didn't do choir practice, because to start thinking about that at 8 o'clock in the morning just didn't fit my agenda.
Yeah.
And usually I said yes to a detail and went out to work after being up all night, which probably wasn't good for me. But the day shift, not so much either, but the 4 to 12 shift, we would usually have a debriefing, go over the cases that we covered that night. And
let some steam out.
Yeah, but very, very conservative. I mean, nobody, we had to get up and go to work the next day or get a detail.
Nobody having taking guns out and shooting rats down by the water or anything like that, right? So we did that in DC. It was kind of crazy, but listen, I was a young guy. What was I going to say, So Peter, okay, go off the story. So you had this, I would say, fireside chat with this individual we know now as Brian Wallace. What happened?
So I'm standing in his office with other people around, his couple of his employees, and I said to him, "Hey, Brian, I just wanted to stop in and reiterate what I offered to you before on the phone. I just want you to assure me that you're not going to get jammed up in this case." And I said, "There's more and more coming out since I had the last conversation with you, which leads me to believe there's some problems coming down the road for some Canton police officers and state police officers as well, investigators." And I said, "Just put me at ease. Tell me." And he said, his quote was, standing 3 feet away from me, "God, the only thing I did was I took the tail light out because they didn't know how to do it." And I almost dropped. I said, "What?" "Yeah, the only thing I did was I took the tail light out because they didn't know how to do it." I said, "The tail light on the Lexus?" I said, "Brian, that's the murder weapon. That's the smoking gun." Yeah, they didn't know how to do it." And then I said to him, "Well, did you fill out a chain of custody report or a supplemental to-from report?" "No, I don't know what they did," which implied that he didn't fill out anything, that he wasn't requested to fill out anything.
So stop right there real quick. Okay, as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
You touch evidence, right? You touch a piece of evidence, especially evidence that's from the hold on, I got to start that. All right, that's from the murder weapon. I just saw a great question. That was a great question I just saw. So
okay, good.
you know that you own that. You own that piece of evidence, right? So the chain would be like this. People don't know. Trooper so-and-so gives police officer Brian Wallace this. Brian Wallace does something to this, and it's a chain.
Thank you.
Once that chain is broken, okay, your whole piece of evidence is in doubt. Okay,
right,
and that's
exactly.
why it's so crucial.
Exactly. Once that chain is broken, the whole piece of evidence is in doubt. Now, if you have actual pictures and metadata of this, of the tail light removed, which we've seen pictures of, the metadata, or well, not the metadata, excuse me. We've seen pictures of the tail light removed from the vehicle. So, it's we know that it happened. So if you have this person who's going to end up sitting on the stand for the defense and testifying that he removed it, then the chain of custody has been broken, which automatically places doubt on the evidence. Automatically, the evidence is infected with doubt.
To have the chain of custody completely protected and documented, okay? So in this case, Brian admitted to taking the taillight off. We do know the taillight's off because we have a picture of the SUV down at the lot in Middleborough, and the friggin' housing's gone. It's all gone, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to fast forward it to.
So he admits. So we know we do.
There's no conspiracy, but this evidence could get thrown out if there's anything in there. For instance, if they didn't document, if Brian Wallace handled any of that evidence and it wasn't documented, could that lead to key evidence being thrown out?
Totally.
Right?
Of course.
Would be pretty powerful.
Right.
All right. So then I looked into this. And this is the way it works. As you can imagine, the state police are highly prepared for these situations. Okay. They have multiple teams that's their job and that's all they do. This isn't Mayberry RFD where guys wear different hats. Okay. So
thank you, Dino.
When that SUV was brought into the garage, until the police were done gathering evidence on it, there were troopers there at all times. Okay. At some point, 2 teams arrived, and the first one is called the chem team. I'm not sure how many people, but say it's 4 or 5 people on the team. And their job is to go over every square inch inside and outside of that SUV to gather any evidence. They're going to gather, they're looking for fingerprints, they're looking for DNA, they're looking for blood, they're looking for anything you can find inside or outside that SUV. Now, I don't know how many hours that takes, but you can imagine that's a very thorough and long process. So up to that point, the taillight is not touched other than examined. And that's at some point in that process, that's when the hair was found. That's when
what the fuck are you talking
that eventually became the DNA evidence was found. This is a process that takes all night. Okay. It's a long, brutal night. And then when they're all done a day later, they probably have one of those choir practices. But
they probably have one of those choir practices. No offense, but you are a stupid asshole.
Only when that process is complete does what's called the CARS team. It's an acronym for something, but it stands for what you think it does. These are the guys that come in and work on the cars, and these are guys that can take apart a car. All right. So they come in and they remove the taillight at the very end. And that's so the pieces can eventually be matched. And everything has to be, as Sean and Murphy do a good job pointing out there, chain of custody has to be documented meticulously. And if there's any problem with that,
so
that
what's
could
your argument
cause
here?
Problems with the evidence, right? Anything that involves dishonesty in a police investigation. So now I have so what we need to do is decide here as we weigh this stuff, what are the chances of that here?
Okay. Plevin, you could save yourself this brain racking right now that you're putting yourself through. You could save yourself this bullshit and just simply remember that there are 5 undocumented searches by Michael Proctor where he collected pieces of the taillight. 5 undocumented searches. That alone, when you, based on your own words right here that you just shared with us, saying that the chain of evidence has to be documented meticulously. You said those words. Well, then what we've already known about the taillight, despite whether it was removed and whoever the fuck removed it,
Despite that, the chain of evidence, the chain of custody has already been broken because it wasn't documented meticulously. So already, based on your own knowledge of how investigations work, the taillight's no good.
Explosion.
Did the cars? So we look at this. We have to try to, without accusing anybody of dishonesty, is Peter Murphy telling the whole truth and exactly the way Brian Wanless told him, whatever he told him? We can't know, right? Did Brian Wanless tell Peter Murphy things exactly the way they happened, or did he exaggerate or something like that? We can't know. So all we can do is just look at the actual, how the process is done and see if it was likely. And we can also read the tea leaves a little bit and look at other stuff in the case. Now, we had been hearing about Brian Wanless since this summer. And that apparently this is the source of it. I heard it through Sean. Nowhere have I seen any documents by the defense or in any of their court hearings have they mentioned the name Wanless or anything unusual that went on with the removal of the taillight. I didn't see that the game show host attorney, Alan Jackson, I haven't seen him raise it up. There are no indications that anybody's been asked about this. Now, Sean,
you know how much they haven't raised up in court yet? All they do is basically explain the motions. Like, whenever you hear them explaining certain things in court at this point, it's because they're explaining why they filed a particular motion. Simple. That's all. That's basically what you're seeing now. They'll explain why they filed a particular motion. They're not in a position to necessarily state their case just yet. That's not what's going on here. This isn't trial. So you just got to wait, bro. Like, relax, because it's all going to happen. All of this stuff, I mean, think about all the stuff that we talk about here, we talk about on Twitter. Just think about all of that stuff that takes place and the stuff that Jackson and or Yannetti have not brought up in court yet. There's a shit ton of it. So just wait.
Sean has told us that he referred this information to FBI agent Leah Ferreira, and Miss Ferreira interviewed Wanless, as you would expect. That would be her job. But whether she found anything interesting, we don't know. We're left to kind of read the tea leaves a little bit, but no one has mentioned it. So, has Brian Wanless, was he summoned to testify before the federal grand jury? I don't know, and I have no information on that. Again, reading the tea leaves, though, it just does not seem.
Stop saying reading the
There's
tea
a lot of
leaves.
things here that seem really kind of unlikely. Why would the car scene? Put yourself in that situation. All right. There's always rivalries and friction between the feds and the state police, but also between the local police and the state police, these agencies. The state police tend to look at the feds and consider them arrogant.
Christ, bro.
But the local police tend to look at the troopers in the same way. They think these guys are arrogant.
Let's listen to how this led up.
Owners didn't come out of the house. This seemed very unusual to us for a while, but in hindsight, we know it's not really that unusual. It was dark. The first responders, the lights were on of the vehicles, but they were silent. They came in silent, so it's not that unusual that nobody woke up. And we know that they didn't wake up until Jen went into the house and went upstairs and went into the bedroom and woke them up. Why didn't the CPD find the taillight pieces? This was a key piece of evidence for Turtle Boy back at the time, but those taillight pieces were found buried in snowbanks. There wasn't a lot of snow at the before John was found, but there was, probably looks like 2 or 3 inches, and that's enough to plow up into a little snowbank. And we're talking about a small, almost flat piece of taillight that was found there. So then there's the odd behavior of Chief Berkowitz, who a week later found taillight pieces driving by after the snow had melted. And then there's the Fed's investigation. There's something we have to look into for that. So, Tom, if you're listening, I did send Sean the.
What about the other 36 pieces found, dude? You only mentioned one.
Right. So if he comes on, I will bring him in, and we'll have a discussion on that. So, all right. Again, buried in 2 inches of snow. No, it was not buried in 2 inches of snow. It was buried in the plow, the snowbank. Okay. So if these are things that you may not accept all of my answers, but these are answers that I've been giving for months. And
we're getting to.
In some cases, I have to say,
I wanted to get the build up to when Sean joins him. So that's what we're getting at.
Did you want to hear him? Because I'm the only person that's been asking questions on both sides on this. Now you could get even better evidence in some ways from Kate, Kate Peter, but she doesn't do as many shows. So I've been out here front and center by myself, taking on these questions from a both sides kind of approach. You won't get that on the.
No, you haven't.
You won't get that on any of the other channels. So you won't get it. So I'm trying to do that. And so a lot of these things do have answers. Sean is trying to come on now. So he did accept the invite, and we'll see him in a moment. And I think he's having a problem with his camera or his mic or something, but we'll give him a moment there. And I'll get a drink of coffee. So Pellet Man says, do you realize who silly you sound? But the thing is no, my arguments have convinced a lot of people. And you have to have an open mind. If you were,
he's like the male Bullhorn Betty, like on his live streams. It's fucking hilarious.
We're completely snookered by this theory on April 18th, and you've never looked back, and you've never tried to analyze any of the evidence from both sides, then the stuff sounds silly. But that's
I was wondering why do that. I was wondering when somebody was
rigorous analysis.
I was wondering when somebody was going to talk about his shirt. Like it's. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's obnoxious. You know, somebody was like, his shirt's obnoxious, but it's. It's pretty funny.
Tails. And what we've developed here is a core group of regulars that do that with me, and they appreciate that. It's not that I'm telling them what to think. I give voice to what they're learning on their own, and they already think. So they're like-minded people that try to ask questions from both sides. And I take Sean's still struggling to get in, I guess. But are you trying to come in without camera, Sean? Is that what we're doing? Sean, are you trying to come in without camera? Is that? Oh, I lost him. I don't know. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to go on camera.
And Sean's a little older than me, even tend to have some technology issues from time to time, so we have to be patient.
Right,
I will wait for a sign from Sean. He's trying to get in again.
Play this at regular speed.
We don't have like a backstage person managing this, so they can't talk to him and find out what's going on. But I'll wait till I get a signal in chat or something like that from him.
Bro, you had like 300 people watching. You don't need somebody backstage managing.
Oh, get behind on chat again.
Sorry, who do you think
guys.
You are, Joe Rogan?
So, but we don't usually have a crowd this size. Skip Tracer.
It's like 300 people, bro.
Appreciate it.
Like,
this
is before I even came in, and there was like 300 people in there.
I always give out my email, and I take civil discussion from people on both sides all the time. And so I talked to someone who you guys maybe recognize in here, Julio Suave, and Julio disagrees with me on a lot of the evidence, and it turns out Julio is a former attorney, and we had a great call. So I invited her to talk on the phone recently, and we had a great conversation on the phone. And so that's my approach: is anybody that is trying to actually get to the truth and look at evidence in a clear way, I welcome it if they have different ideas than me. So.
Well, no, word spread.
Should I try to let? I don't know. I don't see an image.
That's why he had like 300 people, because like word spread that Sean was going to be out there.
Cheers. I'll try to let you in again. Sean, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, buddy.
Hey, Sean, I didn't add in because I couldn't see anything. So
I'm here, okay. And there's an avatar. Just bring me in. No video.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's just get the hellos out of the way first, Sean. How are you?
First of all, let's do a virtual handshake.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Am I on? I'm on. Okay.
Yes, they can hear you. Yeah.
Well, first of all, Kevin, hey, thanks for the kudos. All right. We're friends, even though we have our differences. So, okay. So I'm on.
So right off the bat, Sean is just being kind. Sean is just being grateful to be up there. This is so already, I mean, again, you can tell the difference. Now, this is something, again, you got to use your eyes, people, because remember when I brought Bitch Tim up here, he came in here with an attitude to have an argument, to have a disagreement. This is somebody who just refuses to look at anything from an objective perspective. He just refuses. So he's so this is a guy who came up here just to argue. And the only reason he agreed to do it was because I was led up on panel by his mommy, Queen Bee. I was led up on panel, and thereafter he refused so many times to join me, and the whole chat was pressuring him. And it was a chat full of people who hate me. So they were pressuring him to come on here. So he came on here with nothing but the intention
to just be a child to impress that idiotic audience. And so there was no way. I had the intention of actually hoping to control misinformation and hoping that he would have an open mind. And if I presented certain things that were simple things to look at and point out the fact that just there's too much doubt in this case. I would have settled for that. But he was not even, he didn't want to listen to anything, and he just wanted to behave like a child. And then he quit. He demanded an apology because he talked out of his ass, and I challenged him and I said, show me the proof. And then I put on the Jeopardy music, and then all he did was whine about that. He threw a tantrum and he rage quit. So what we're about to see is not far from this. What we're about to see is not far from what took place when B. Tim was up here. The only thing that's different is the positions are different, right? Sean's the one that is looking for and expecting some sort of argument, whereas Sean is coming up and being, hey, I want to thank you for the nice things that you said. And he is coming up here with the attitude of, Kevin is a sharp guy, and if I give him the benefit of the doubt, I have the chance here to where I can educate him on things based on my insight and the things that I happen to know. But you could absolutely see that Plevin is not he's not interested in that. He's interested in conflict.
And did you want to talk about the Peter Murphy thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Let me give you a chance to talk about.
And as you all know,
let me give you a chance to read.
As you all know, Plevin has been very vocal about questioning Peter's credibility. Questioning, he's said this several times. I question Peter Murphy's credibility. So that's basically, so Sean is kind of probably foaming at the mouth here in order to back up the credibility of this person who he happens to know. So yeah, you're sitting here spewing out that you're questioning his credibility. I'm going to give you reason to find him credible. He can't wait for the opportunity to do that, is what I'm observing here.
To react. Have you been listening to? I think you've been here since the beginning tonight, right?
Yeah,
and,
I have.
And actually, before we say that, you've been doing like marathon shows now the last 4 nights, so you must be exhausted.
I'll tell you, I have a very deep respect for all you people Kevin, yourself, Aiden, all these content creators. I can't believe, and I don't even have.
See, that's Sean's way of letting you know that this isn't about sides. This is about right from wrong, but this isn't about sides. This isn't about, hey, we're on one side and fighting a war on Twitter against another side. No. Sean's trying to make it clear and establish a platform here. He's trying to establish a base for this discussion that's coming from that place. He's trying to establish a base of there are no sides here. We can talk. We can have a discussion. It's clear to me what Sean is trying to do here.
All the bells and whistles. I can't believe how time-consuming and tiring the whole thing is. I really tip my hat to you and all the other content creators. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Truly is amazing.
Yeah. You'll find that you have to slow down a little because it does get it takes a toll even on your body having this.
And what's funny is Sean is giving Plevin a taste of his own medicine, and he's not doing it maliciously. That's what's really ironic is Sean is genuinely being the guy that Kevin pretends to be. This is what's fascinating. Like, if you use your eyes, people, you will see this, what I'm talking about. What Kevin pretends to be is what Sean is actually being, and it's annoying the shit out of Plevin. It's getting on his nerves.
Listen one more time.
Deep respect for all you people who, I mean, Kevin, yourself, Aiden, all these content creators. I
Look at
can't
his
believe,
face.
and I don't even have all the bells and whistles. I can't believe how time consuming and tiring the whole thing is. I really tip my hat to you and all the other content creators. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Truly is amazing.
Yeah. You'll find that you have to slow down a little because it does get it takes a toll even on your body having to sit there like the way you're doing it now, like every night.
Right.
It does.
Yeah, translation. I want you to stop. You're talking too much. It's bothering me. You're going live every fucking night and you're getting thousands of people to watch you every single time you go night. You need to chill out. That's what that translates to. That, my friends, is fucking salt. Again, I've seen table salt, sea salt, iodized salt, but I've also seen social media salt, people, and that shit is social media salt. Facts.
We did that back in July when I was trying to build up for the documentary that we were shooting. So I did like 14 days in a row, and then I was like, oh, I need a vacation.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. So why don't you react to anything that you disagree with or anything you want to react to about
a couple
what
of
I've
things.
discussed?
Okay, a couple of things. All right.
Yeah.
All right. To be honest, obviously, I didn't want to tell you back in July, nor did Natalie, that I had her file. And you know I was close to Natalie, and I was actually at the end telling you to question certain things. I had Natalie's file. I had everything. And she wasn't forthcoming to you for obvious reasons because she didn't want anyone to know that she gave me that. But to say that I was talking to Karen all the time, that's just not right. I know she told you that. She has no receipts for that other than me telling her that. And it was basically to get her off. I said, I can't do what you want me to do, Natalie, to get you back with Karen. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
That's one point.
So what can I just I want to let you go with as few interruptions as possible, but just that.
You can. I actually rather you ask me questions.
Okay. So what? I listen.
So,
I'm not.
This is fun. So this whole thing, this little observation is funny to me that Natalie was even reaching out to Sean to try to get back in with Karen. That's how desperate she was to get back in with Karen. She lost her goose with the golden egg. And this was something that she was very bitter about. And she was so desperate that she had given up on Aiden trying to do it. And now she has latched on to Sean to try to get him to do it. Constantly trying to weasel her way. And he's stating, I had her file this entire time, which I think he mentioned when he was up here. So, okay. This is interesting. But he doesn't want to talk about that.
I understand the protecting of sources.
Right.
So I never pushed you on sources this summer.
No.
And I never asked you for names. You gave me what you wanted to give me.
What's
but
up,
at
Paul?
this point, we do have to at least ask, when were your first communications with Karen? When were your communications with Alan Jackson or Unetti or anybody else on her team?
Now,
how regular are they?
Now, Plevin's agenda here is very apparent considering that question that he just fucking fired off. Right away, he just blew his load in his pants right off the bat. Because Plevin has been implying that Sean is somehow and anybody else is somehow under the employ of Karen Reed and her attorneys. That Sean is a part of it, that Aiden is under her employ. This is his whole thing. Because it's the prosecution's thing. The prosecution is trying to say that that there's a financial exchange going on between Turtle Boy and Karen Reed in order for him to fuck with jury selection somehow, which is ridiculous. But This is exactly what he's trying to get at. And he's trying to destroy the credibility of Sean by not just implying, he's reaching right into it. He's jumping right in. Like I said, he just blew his load in his pants right off the bat. What is the nature of your, how long have you been in contact with Karen? Blah, 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 blah. Right away, I could see exactly what he's getting at. If he's trying to trick Sean into saying something, he's terrible at it. If he's trying to be one of these interviewers who can fucking sucker somebody into admitting something, he's already terrible at it. You got to have foreplay, homie, if you're going to get somebody to do that. You got to have foreplay, bro.
And you can,
Okay.
you don't have to answer him. You can answer what you want.
No, I'm going to answer very, very honestly. I made a donation to Karen. I got an email from Jackson. I got an email from Karen thanking me. I think they were boilerplates. That was probably after I did my first show or just before in June with Aiden. All right. I saw Karen in the actual Facebook Messenger. It said Karen Reed, and like a inquisitive type guy, I said, "Is this really you?" And she says, "Yes, it is." I said, "Oh my God." That was that. All right. I've never spoken to Yannetti, and the only times I've sent 4 leads to Alan Jackson, 4 leads. He's never given me any counseling. He's never given me any things to say, no direction. And as far as Leah, the FBI agent, Peter Murphy had a 3-hour conversation with her partner, JH, and another agent. I got his number. I got her number from him because I had 2 victims of sexual assault. And you know what?
Thank you, LKJ. Thank you for providing a comprehensive and entertaining show. Appreciate you watching. Thank you so much. It means a lot.
One of them.
Yeah, please don't mention their names. Yeah.
No, I won't. No, I definitely won't. Because I interviewed her. All right.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I referred those 2 women to Special Agent Ferrara. I've never spoken to her until one day I got this phone call that had a Chelsea exchange here in Naples, and I answered. She said to me, "Hello, is this Sean McDonough?" I said, "Yes." She says, "Boy, you're hard to find." That's a lie. She knew she could find me. And she said, "Would you please start giving my number out?" I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "I just got
Peter
more
Murphy.
calls from these women in Canton that got threatening letters." And I said, "Well, I didn't give them your number." I said, "I don't even know those persons." I said, "The only persons I sent you were those 2 victims of sexual assault." She says, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry." And that was it. I've never spoken to anyone from the Bureau regarding this case.
Now, I saw, shout out to Mike from Young Jerks. I saw him in here earlier. He posted something, and I think he was just live too, actually. But he posted something on Twitter in regards to Plevin. Now, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know as far as like what Plevin's like relationship is with the prosecution or anybody involved. But it wouldn't be far-fetched if he's jumping to this very weird conclusion that the people who are making the most sense and getting the most attention on Karen Reed's and on the investigation going into Karen Reed's and negative attention on that. If he's looking at that and assuming that they're working for the defense, I mean, he's exhibiting much of the behavior of somebody who would absolutely project. Why? Because we've seen him projecting constantly. He says things that we shouldn't be doing and that we should be doing, and then he's not doing the things that we should be doing, and vice versa. So, I don't think it's far-fetched to think that he might be getting information, considering that Turtle Boy is alleging that Jen McCabe is working alongside with Kate Peters and this Lindsay person. I mean, so, but apparently there was an exchange between Elizabeth Proctor and Plevin here, according to Mike from Young Jerks. He posted something on Twitter about it, and I took a screenshot of it, but I'll share it in a bit. Let's just get through this first. But the question is, who's texting Plevin while he is talking to Sean? Is he being fed questions by someone who is trying their damnedest to discredit anyone who is speaking truth about this case? Because we see it all the time. It's not a valid argument that we get presented with. It's attacks on our character that we get presented with by these people who are so convinced of Karen Read's guilt. This is what is a very common and very consistent expression of behavior that takes place.
Other than her phone call to me.
How did you get her? How did you get her number, Sean?
I just told her from Peter Murphy. From Peter Murphy.
Okay, Peter Murphy. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm not on any PR. I know it looks kind of crazy because here I am, 66 years old, trying to fake myself as a YouTube person. But no, I just figured, you know something? It was at 2:00 in the morning on Friday morning of last week. I said, hell, I can do this. I got on the StreamYard YouTube videos. I got on the YouTube thing. I have my own YouTube channel. I said, I'm going to do this because I'm sick and tired of sitting back and not having a voice the way I want to have it. And I did it. And I went on live at 7 o'clock.
Sean has been on every fucking channel, dude. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy who's very enthusiastic and has a lot of conviction behind what he believes. This is a guy who has conviction behind his belief for just law enforcement and investigations. And he has a passion for the truth. And he firmly believes that Karen Read is innocent. He absolutely believes that Karen Read is absolutely innocent. And he's gone on every YouTube channel to explain this. And so he did the most logical, sensible thing for somebody who feels like he has a lot to say, started his own YouTube channel. And it's doing very well. And he's getting his information out there. And he's providing us all with great information. And having Peter Murphy on there was awesome. Having that body language expert on there was awesome. This is the kind of thing that I want to see from a former law enforcement agent who has a YouTube channel. You know?
O'clock that night. That's it.
So how did Peter Murphy, how did the FBI learn about Peter Murphy?
So before I ever met Peter, this is the new millennium, right? You don't meet people. You have internet relationships, right? As a matter of fact, when I saw Peter backstage for the first time, I said, my God, this is what you look like. I never knew what he looked like. So back when I first saw Peter make that donation to Karen Read, all right, he obviously had a relationship with the defense team. He had been providing information to the defense. And as you heard on my show, I can't believe I'm saying this, my show, right? He intimated that he made a phone call to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and he says he picked up Josh Levy on the phone. Levy.
Right. So Plevin questions this. I don't know how familiar you are with that, but Plevin is like, well, you have this, you have the levels of people, and you have this person, and then just above them is the president. You know, and it's like, okay, so fucking what? Like, is it so fucking crazy that Josh Levy answered his own goddamn phone?
Josh Levy has a phone. He picked it up. Josh Levy had a phone in front of him. It rang, and he went, holla. And that's it. What is so hard to believe about that? So silly, dude.
And I said, you kidding me? He said, yeah, but he directed me to the agents who were investigating the Canton wing. And that's how he got involved. And so those three people he talked about were active police officers at the time that John was killed. 2 retired shortly after that, okay? One being Wanless, and the other one was current until about maybe 3 months ago, or 2 months, maybe recently, 1 month. So he was pressuring them to say, listen, guys, you guys must know something. And they said, no, we don't know anything. And I didn't realize that there was, even though they were friends of his, I was getting the impression that maybe it was a distant friendship. But he then went personally to all three, but he went to Wanless. This is his story. And I believe him because he took notes. He's got the notes. He's got everything documented. And he had the conversation.
Okay.
And furthermore, he's gone to Wanless's shop every time in Canton to get a cup of coffee. It seems like all the cops end up at Wanless's shop. He talks
Again,
to
just
Wanless, and he tells the story from there.
I may have missed this, Sean. So, but how did the FBI come to be aware of Murphy or Wanless?
Okay, so
I don't think that was in there.
Murphy reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they referred him, Murphy.
Oh, that's right.
to
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
the
got you.
FBI.
That's right. Yeah. Did you find that part of the story strange? I found it a little bit. Again, I found Murphy to be credible in some ways and likable, but I found it strange the idea that in his story that he said he called the U.S. attorneys and Josh Levy. That's like calling the White House. And
Well, no,
Biden
I mean,
No,
okay,
it's
so
not.
the
It's a little weird.
So
It's not like calling the White House. What are you talking about?
I guess, all right. He goes on YouTube. I mean, not YouTube. He goes on Google, and he finds out the telephone number is listed. And I guess since he realized that Josh Levy was involved in this thing, he saw his number. He called it, and I guess Josh answered. But
see, Plevin doesn't know how to use his eyes, bro. Like, listen, you think that this guy, if he was trying to lie, this Peter Murphy guy, if he was trying to lie, we're talking about a guy who's a decorated police officer, trained other cops. You know what I'm saying? Ran for chief, right? You don't think if this guy was trying to like make some shit up, he wouldn't have made something more believable and said no? And I called, I got his assistant. He was like, I called, I couldn't believe I got Josh Levy himself. Why would he add that detail that seems far-fetched? I mean, I'm not going to just assume this guy's lying just because, dickhead here can't fucking call and get the same result. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's the contact info that he got for him from a reliable source, someone that Peter Murphy would have access to and not Plevin. Why is that so difficult to believe? And why would he lie about that? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
But Josh basically said, no, I'm going to refer you to the agents. And that's how that happened.
Okay. Thank you. That does make it clear.
As far as Wanless goes, he provided everything to David Yannetti. I've seen the notes. I've seen the emails. And then he provided all that in a telephonic interview with both the leading agents for the Canton wing of the FBI. Now, I do not know if Wanless was ever interviewed. I would imagine he would have been.
Right.
Now, getting back to another thing. The taillight, okay, that we're talking about, the picture you have is the picture while it's on the SUV, okay? That's not the taillight off the SUV. It's literally on the SUV. And you're correct. That taillight was taken off probably on February 2nd. The problem we have here, Kevin, is this, and this is coming from Wallace himself. He said the problem was when she backed up into John's car, she cracked the backup light, not the red part, the backup light, which is between and above the red. And that part of the tail light of that part went inside the housing. And according to Wanless, what he was told is
right. The red or the reverse. If you throw it in reverse, it illuminates white, not red.
That when it got back to Canton. Now listen, I mean, this is what's being said. They had nothing to link Karen to the scene, and they wanted to get those pieces out. In doing so, they took the pieces, they went to get those pieces, and they went too far. And then something cracked. Now, you can actually see when the light on the right-hand side, the red part is moved. You can see a tool mark, like a tool mark evidence where there's a scrape. And I talked to the Lexus guy down. He said that car back in 2022 just probably came off the assembly line. That should have never been on that part of it's carbonite. It's I forget what he told me. There should have never been a scrape. He said that's evidence of something being pried or chiseled, not chiseled, but manipulated. Okay.
Right.
And Kevin, to be
tampered
honest, we can debate this all you want. That light on the side, and listen, I use Proctor's own words. He didn't say crack like Jen McCabe did, or Kerry Roberts, or matter of fact, Karen Reed. They all three of them saw it, and they said it was cracked. When that car pulls out on the right side, now listen very closely. Proctor's own words in the affidavit under oath. He says the right rear, right side taillight is shattered with a large piece missing. That car at 508 does not look like that. And furthermore, at 430 on the tow ramp, it doesn't look like that. And that picture you have is what it was like after they tried to get those little pieces out to put down at the scene. And I know you think it's difficult.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not difficult.
Can we just back up just a little bit, Sean? Because
they can back up as far as you want.
Okay.
In one ear and out the other. Now, this is where I came into the chat.
So you kind of started to go into, and I don't think it was fully clear, at least it wasn't to me. So if we could get you to repeat it. What I want to know about is the purpose of having Wanless remove the taillight. When did that happen? I think you said February 2nd, but when?
Okay, let's figure this out, right? We know by the state police reports, right, that the real work on the car, right, the real work between the cars doing the backup inspections and whatever the evidence collection was, like this, I don't know who they used, right, processing. We knew that happened around February 1st, February 2nd, because it's in their reports.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that, no, they couldn't, because they had to keep the housing on to do those tests. So the theory is they didn't know how to take it off. They called Wanless. And this is what I'm trying to tell everyone. It's not what Wanless did, all right? It's not that what he did is illegal. It's what Proctor didn't do. And Proctor did not put him on any reports. And I'm going to make this painstakingly clear. And I think Officer Breen in the chat here will
I don't see why that's difficult to understand. When Sean explains, it's not what Proctor did, it's what he didn't do. He had this guy remove the taillight. A civilian remove the taillight. And he did not document this. So this is 6 different occasions where Proctor failed to document something that involved the taillight and collecting evidence from it. So this is a brand new thing. This is the problem. He's trying to explain it's not that he did something that's going to matter in court necessarily. What's going to matter in court is that he failed to actually document it. And you have to question,
what would be his motives for failing to document the smoking gun evidence? What would be the motive? Unless you were manipulating the evidence somehow. That's the problem. That's why everybody is saying Proctor is fucking dirty. Because you have to ask, what would be the motive? Because he absolutely failed to document anything in regards, almost everything, and anything in regards to the smoking gun evidence that the prosecution supposedly has against Karen Reed. If the car is the gun, the tail light is the bullet. You understand what I'm saying? So why in blue perfect fucking hell would Proctor not, why would he deal so carelessly and so aloof? Why would he do that with the most important piece of evidence in this entire case that should be able to prosecute Karen Reed? That is the question that everyone should be asking. So it's not crazy for Sean to be pointing this out. He's just trying to make Plevin understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there was a conspiracy. That stuff will come out with the federal investigation. That's fine. What I'm trying to get you to simply understand is that the chain of evidence was fucked. The chain of custody for the evidence was fucked. And again, if the SUV itself, if the Lexus SUV itself is the smoking gun, then the taillight is the bullet. And this is very, very, very important. That is the most important piece of evidence. And Proctor didn't document anything when it came to this very important piece of evidence. And so that raises questions. That naturally raises questions. Why would he not do that? Does it have anything to do with his personal relationship with the McCabe's? Who obviously have a personal relationship with the Alberts. And then you have Chris Albert, who sits on the Canton Select Board. There's a lot of questions here. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of questions that fact raises. The fact that Michael Proctor did not document this evidence properly, did not document the chain of custody or the searches or the people involved. The fact that Michael Proctor failed to document very, very vital details as far as this evidence goes raises valid questions.
You can't mess around with the chain of custody. You cannot. The chain of custody is primo. And it's not about ego. It's not about anything. So he then is called summoned. What Wanless gets himself in the trick bag is he technically admits to Murphy that he potentially tampered with evidence. He complicates his position when he refuses to tell Peter who sent him up to take the taillight off. Mm-hmm. That makes no sense. He's putting himself in the trick bag, right, of taking the taillight off with no documentation. Yet the easiest thing to do, and that's legal too. He followed a legal order from a supervisor. Why wouldn't he? Why? That's not, that in itself, he's following orders, a direct order from a supervisor. Why would he not say that? That doesn't make sense.
Right. Sean is making perfectly valid, calm, rational observations from the perspective of an experienced law enforcement agent. That is all he's doing right now. This is very important to consider as you're listening to this. Very important to consider. He's saying, he's giving insight as a former law enforcement. There's got to be a supervisor. Why didn't any of these things get done? These are the questions. It doesn't make sense that this dude would seemingly just absolutely avoid standard procedure in documenting evidence, collecting and documenting evidence. It doesn't make sense.
So it's still not 100% clear to me. What was the purpose? Who do you think was in the garage? Were there a lot of people there when they had one? Let's do this.
Irrelevant.
I have no idea. I have no idea. If I had one, I'd ask those questions.
Absolutely irrelevant. Doesn't matter. The more people, the more suspect it is.
Okay, so
I have no idea.
So my understanding of the way it works is first the state police bring in the chem team, and they do this that night. Over
what night?
Thank you, Scott McGinnis. If Karen Reed's Lexus is in the unalive weapon, if Karen Reed's Lexus is the murder weapon, why is the Lexus allowed to drive to Dighton, Massachusetts? Why was it towed back to Canton? Search it there. Don't move it. Agreed. That's another thing that is very suspicious. You have to just face the fact that the procedure followed when it came to this crucial and vital evidence that you're planning on using against Karen Reed raises questions. You have to acknowledge this. That is the fact. It raises a lot of questions, not just one or two questions, a lot of questions.
They go over presumably that night. I haven't seen documentation, but
I don't see a report that says. I don't see a report that they said they did that. I see a report documents what they did on February 1st to February 2nd.
Okay, that may be. I don't know where you get these reports, but I don't have access to them.
Because I've read them.
But I don't have access to them. I'm not sure.
I'll send them to you.
Sure.
It's in the charging documents.
I mean,
so my understanding though is the chem team goes over the car as a team, and the SUV is in a garage that has 24-hour surveillance.
That's what they said.
There, Plevin, I just dropped it in the chat for you, buddy. It's right there. Everything that you need, every document that Sean is referencing here is in that spreadsheet. It's very easy. So here you are saying, after you're accusing people of not reading documents, and he's giving dates to reference the documents that he reviewed. Sean is giving dates of the documents. And Plevin has already accused Sean of not reading the documents. So he references a document, tells Plevin, you can absolutely reference it yourself. I don't know nothing about that, blah, blah, blah. So you haven't read documents then, Plevin, have you? I mean, are you only getting your information from Turtle Boy? Is that what's going on here? Jilly, thank you so much. Tow truck driver would have taken pictures if there was existing damage. Right. I heard that recording. Yes, I agree with you. And thank you so much. I mean, I got to ask you, if you're accusing people of only getting their information from Turtle Boy, it sounds like you're the only one getting information. You're Turtle Boy's your source of information. Except you're cherry picking what's convenient for you to point out. And yet you're failing at that. You're failing at that. I mean, even still, at your attempts to cherry pick information that is going to help your argument, you still have no argument. None. You deflect, you dodge, You point out bullshit, word salad.
Right. That's what they
So
say.
they go through it every square inch looking for evidence, and then when they're done, they have
They
the tail light.
process it. They process it.
Yes.
What
so
they
right,
do is
yeah.
they process it.
Sure. Good
Now-
work. Now, at that point, that's when the tail light is removed. Correct?
No,
Why?
no. Why would you say that? You still have another team that has to do some tests.
Okay.
That doesn't happen that way. Come on, Kev. You
All
know better than that. Doesn't happen that way. If you read the reports, you would know exactly.
I don't have the reports. I don't have those reports.
You accuse me of not reading reports. I can assure you, Kevin. I've read these reports many times. The cars, CARS team came in to do, and I'm gonna tell you right now, they say reconstruction. You can't reconstruct someone inside Canton PD garage and outside in their driveway. That's not reconstruction. That's saying if the taillight, the backup thing was working. Nobody went to 34 Fairview and placed that car and placed the body on the lawn with measurements. There is absolutely no reconstruction of that hit and run. No way. I defy them to show it that. I defy them. There's
I'm
no
willing
way.
I'm willing to discuss all those things, Sean, and I know.
Okay,
that
but
you're
do you
ta-
have the report of the reconstruction? No, I'm asking a question.
No, please send it to me.
No, I'm
Please.
asking you. You said they reconstructed that access scene on 34 Fairview. Have you seen?
And this is where Plevin gets pissed. Right here, he got cornered. This is the B. Tim moment that happened here, where B. Tim said that in the report that they tested for canine DNA and it came back negative. And I said, show me that report. I'll wait. I said, show me that report. I'll wait. And I just sat there. And then he had a temper tantrum. Said, apologize to me. Because such report does not exist. That report does not exist because samples were not even taken of John's wounds on his arm. So now, again, this is where Plevin gets pissed because Sean just called him out and said, you said that you saw a report. Or you said that this happened, that the law enforcement reconstructed the crime. Show me where you saw that. This is where Plevin gets pissed. Make no mistake about it. Look at his face. He's at duh phase, and then in just a second, like you're gonna see the reaction to this.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Seen it? Should be very simple. You should see a diagram.
Nobody has
see
seen
a body on the lawn.
No, nobody has seen that. Nobody has seen that except.
But you
except
said
for,
they did a reconstruction.
Right.
Of course.
And who told you?
I was told that they have a.
He doubled down. So now he's cornered. Now he has to explain himself. The very way that if I had Coffindoffer up here, I would say, explain to me how you know what happened to Chloe. If I had Coffindoffer sitting right here in front of me on this panel, I would say, tell me how you know what happened to Chloe. Tell me how you know she was rehomed. Tell me how you know she ended up in Vermont. Tell me how you know this. Because that's exactly what's happening here. Because if you didn't see it in a report that you shouldn't have access to, because discovery is not available to the public. Not everything on it anyway. So explain to us all how you know. How do you know that there was a reconstruction? Because someone told me, trust me, bro. So watch in real time here how Plevin loses his shit because he just painted himself into a corner.
have a reconstruction, but I was not told in any way what's in it. And
The
so
way
there's
they
no,
classified it in the reports is
You
that
see
the
how
reconstruction team.
You see how defensive he just got?
in that except,
But you
except
said
for,
they did a reconstruction.
of course,
And who told you?
I was told that they have a reconstruction, but I was not told in any way what's in it. And
The
so
way
there's
they
no,
classified it in the reports is that
It's very defensive how he jumps to that. Sean just goes, "Who told you?" And he goes, I know that there's a report and nobody told me anything. Immediately, he's defensive at the idea that somebody is feeding him information. Now, I'm not saying someone is, but I'm saying he sure as shit got defensive. Because he didn't say, Sean didn't go, "Hey, someone's feeding you information." Sean just said, "Well, who told you?" Because either you saw a report or someone told you. And we already eliminated that you saw the report because you're saying you never saw a report. So who told you? Explain how you know that there was a reconstruction done. Explain how you know this. It's a perfectly legitimate question to ask. You're saying something very fucking bold, that there was this detail in this investigation that we all missed. So if you're saying this happened, explain how you know, so that I could consider that. You know, when I'm asking questions and thinking critically and looking at everything in this case before I form my opinion, I need to know that that information is credible. So please explain to me how that information is credible, because you have it now. Give me a reason why I'm not going to completely blow this off as something you are saying out of your ass. That's what Sean did there. And Plevin panicked.
is that the reconstruction team did backups with dummies, and they verified that the bells and whistles when she backed up were in operable condition.
but where
That
have you
is
seen
not a
that?
reconstruction.
That sounds like discovery evidence. I don't have
No,
access
it's in the it's not discovery, Kevin. You said you read the reports. You're either
Okay.
lying or you forgot. Now let's put
There he's pissed. Boom. There is Plevin, and he is mad. So you said you read the reports. Okay? What I just explained to you is in the reports. You're saying it sounds like discovery. It's not discovery. It's in the reports. The very public reports that anyone who's been following this case that has thought and struggled with the idea that there could be cops that murdered a fellow police officer and is trying to cover it up by framing an innocent woman. Those of us who thought long and hard about this, people who struggled with this, the way that we dealt with that struggling, I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure there's a lot of others out there like me, is I read the reports. Or anything that was said to me, I looked it up and verified it. I haven't read every single report. No. But the fact is that anything that is presented to me, I know how to reference it and look it up so that I can form my own opinion. But you did not do this, clearly, because you're not even aware that this report exists. Yet you're having an argument with somebody about something that's on a report that you don't even know exists. Because you didn't do what you said you did. Because it's not that difficult. It's probably just a stupid little white lie. It's not that hard to go, I haven't read every single report. I just said so. I haven't read every single report. But I'm willing to reference it. I'm willing to pull it up. Because if he has read at least some of the reports, he would say, okay, hold on a second. Let me look up what you're talking about here. Where did you say that was? That's exactly what I would do. That is exactly what I would do. It's exactly what I did with B. Tim up here. Hold on. I got this spreadsheet right here. Give me a second. Let me look that up. That's exactly what I did. Why wouldn't Plevin do that? Does he even have the reports? Because he's sitting on his computer right now. He can't just simply open another window where his reports are. Surely he has them downloaded somewhere. Surely behind all of these arguments that he's been having, he has an easy reference to the information that we all have access to. Right, Plevin? Surely you have easy access to reference the things that you are so quick to throw arguments at people about all over Twitter and do live streams about. So which one of us is the grifter? Between you and me, which one of us is actually the grifter, Plevin? Because you're lying. You have an audience that counts on you for information, and here you are, you don't even have a place to reference said information. You don't have it ready. But you're also very quick to counter and argue everything that Olivia says on Twitter. And yet, it's no wonder why you never attach receipts to the things that you fucking post in these long, drawn out, ridiculously self-indulgent posts on Twitter. It's now becoming abundantly clear as to where you're getting your information from. And that information is coming from one place. Your asshole. Because you can't even reference documents that we all have access to in order to even put up an argument against somebody who you've been trashing on the internet nonstop. Somebody who is being very polite with you and merely challenging you to put forth some sort of substance towards your arguments.
Let's put this on the scene. It's in the charging document.
Listen. Yes, okay. Hold on a second. Please, Sean. Please. Yes, I read that report.
And you read about the dummies.
Wait, Sean. Wait, Sean. Hold on. Give me a second to pull my bullshit together. You caught me off guard, Sean. Give me a second. This is overwhelming. That's what's going on right here. Wait, Sean. You confused me. You said that I was either lying or I don't remember, and I don't know how to respond to that. This is overload right here because you fucking caught me off guard. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, hold on. Stop. Let me think. Let me pull my bullshit together. You unraveled my bullshit, and I've got to fucking wind it back up.
Please let me finish the sentence sometime.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I read that report, and that report was just to show that her systems were in working order. So basically, when she puts it in reverse, the bells and whistles are going to go off to warn her that there's an object in her way. That's it. That's not an accident reconstruction report that tells us.
But that's how they classified it, Kevin. That's exactly how it's classified.
Okay, when I say I haven't read the accident reconstruction report, I'm only talking about the theory of the accident, about what happened, how John was injured, and how the tailor was born. I have not read that.
Exist.
And if you've read,
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Of course.
That's the point, Plevin. It doesn't exist. You just said that you read it. It doesn't exist. There is no reconstruction. That's Sean's point. There was no reconstruction. You just admitted it yourself. You're saying that you're basing everything on the prosecution's theory of what happened to John O'Keefe. That's what you just said. You just said that this was based on theory. That your opinion was based on the theory that has yet to have anything tangible to back it up presented by the prosecution. That's what you just said. That your opinions were formed by a theory that has so far proven to be unplausible by the prosecution, developed by the prosecution, and nothing to back it up. Nothing reliable anyway to back it up. You just admitted it yourself. And this is why you are so angry at this point in this little conversation between you and Sean. This is why, because you're realizing that your bullshit has just been exposed.
Everyone can see through Plevin right now. Plevin is sitting here naked as a fucking jaybird.
Of course it exists.
Okay.
And how could you?
Then
What basis would you have for saying it doesn't
I'll tell
exist?
you why. Because
It's
I've done 50 accident reconstructions in my career. All right. Let me ask you a question.
It
Do they have a
absolutely exists. The
Do
state's
you
not
have
going to
do
trial.
they have a picture of
Sean,
John's
hold
body
on,
on the lawn?
hold on a second, Sean. Sean, hold on a second. I want to keep this civil, but that's
Okay.
not normal. All right, that's
Yeah, he's got to get this out because he's angry. He's pissed off. He is absolutely pissed off because he's about to say the state wouldn't even go to trial. This is the argument he's about to make, which I love. The state wouldn't even go to trial. The Commonwealth wouldn't even go to trial unless there was an accident reconstruction. What about all the other shit? Why would the Commonwealth even go to trial with all of the other evidence that all of these holes can be poked through? That's the big question. You are arguing with yourself, Plevin. You are absolutely making your own argument against yourself. You are making Sean's argument valid against yourself. Why, indeed, would the Commonwealth move forward with a trial with such little evidence and such tainted evidence? Why would they is the golden question. It is the $1 million question. Why is the Commonwealth moving forward with this?
Listen, I know you're tired, but listen, what you just said is not normal.
Okay, hold on.
I'm
asking a question.
Please, listen. If
you see the gaslighting that's taking place right there, I know you're tired. And he's trying to hold back. He's angry and he's actually trying to hold back from accusing him of being a drunk. He wants to insult him. He wants to gaslight him and say and take away his credibility because he has no argument. So now he has to go there. Now he has to go there. He has to make some shit up. Just like what happens on Twitter. Oh, you're a woman beater. What? What? How does that even apply to what we're talking about? But this is the natural way that he's going to go. And he realizes it's going to make him look stupid. He realizes it's going to make him look like shit, but he can't control it. He's trying to control it right now. He's trying to control the urge to blurt out that Sean is drunk in order to discredit him because he doesn't have an argument. Sean has already put him on a spot that he can't get out of. The spotlight's on him and he's naked. That's what's going on here. And he can't get out of it. So it's, let me try to discredit him somehow. And I'm going to make this little passive-aggressive comment about him being tired. I know you're tired. But just watch, because it's going to escalate.
If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'm going to have to let you go because I can't take it more.
Okay.
You're interrupting me. I can't even finish a fucking sentence, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Wow.
All right? Now listen to me. There is an accident. You're going to listen. Will you?
Dude.
Just said is not normal.
Okay, hold on. I'm asking you a question.
Please, listen. If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'm going to have to let you go because I can't take any more of it. You're interrupting me. I can't even finish the fucking sentence, dude. Shut the fuck up. All right?
A desperate attempt to project dominance. A desperate attempt. A desperate, sad attempt.
Now listen to me. There is an accident reconstruction. Okay? The state is not going to go to trial without a theory of what happened in the accident. That's absurd. And this is the problem. You say too many absurd things. We don't know what it is. Now, maybe you know if you have access.
Kevin, that statement is absurd because the Commonwealth has come up with multiple theories. They haven't settled on one theory, which is very telling that the Commonwealth has jack shit that's reliable to use against Karen Reed. Jack shit. That's a fact. A Commonwealth, a state, a prosecution does not go to trial without a solid theory that they plan on proving beyond a reasonable doubt. It is trial 101. It is investigations 101. Everything that an investigation pertains of, that it pertains, is prelude to a trial. Everything. James Henderson, thank you so much. Sean even tired gave this buffoon a clinic. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. That's how this works. An investigation is directed by the district attorney or the assistant district attorney, whoever the prosecutor is going to be, says, I need more. Or I can't go to the DA with this. This isn't enough. I need something that I can take to court that is airtight, or else we're not going to trial. I'll try to get her to plead out, but if they decide that they could fight these charges, there's not much we can fucking do. That's what usually happens. But that's not what's happening here. Which is why it's suspicious. Because every investigation, every case that I've ever covered, the investigation shows overwhelming signs that every move that they've made was prelude to a trial. Even if the person pleads guilty, they are collecting evidence with the purpose of going to trial with it and proving to a jury beyond the reasonable doubt that that person that they have in custody or have charged is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. There is nothing but doubt in this case. That's the problem. The investigators cost John O'Keefe justice because they had questionable methods, to say the least, as far as how they conducted this investigation. That's the main overall issue here. Why didn't the investigators treat all of the evidence as though it was going to be presented in court? But more importantly, the fact that they failed to do this, so apparently failed to do this, begs the question, why is the Commonwealth moving forward with a trial with such little evidence? With so much unreliable evidence? Why is the Commonwealth moving forward with a trial? That's the biggest question, which is why I have to guess is why there's a federal investigation, why the United States Attorney's Office, Josh Levy's office is moving forward with an investigation into this investigation. These questions are what everyone's angry about. These questions are what is making so many people stand outside the courthouse with free Karen Reed t-shirts and signs. These are the questions. Why did the investigation have the foresight to collect their evidence to make sure that no matter what happens in trial, that evidence is solid and can be presented beyond a reasonable doubt? On top of that, why, if they fail to do this, why is the Commonwealth still moving forward with the case? That raises questions of corruption. That absolutely raises questions of corruption. That's why we're all here.
Access to Karen's discovery evidence, but I don't. And the state's not leaking at it. We're not going to see it till trial. But don't say that there's no accident reconstruction, because you wouldn't even be going to trial if they didn't have that. No, but I really would like to focus on the taillight because
No,
this is
no.
what we talked about tonight.
I want to address that.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
know how you reconstruct an accident, right? And Breen will tell you this. Did you see any pictures of John's body on the lawn?
No.
It doesn't exist. All right. So when I did reconstructions, right, you had the cars at the scene, you had the dead body under a cover. You take measurements to precisely show on a diagram where the body, where the evidence, like the taillight, like the pieces, how they are married up to a known reference point that when you come back in 10 years, if they have to, you can put all the pieces together. I'll bet you $100 right now that they never did that. Because you know why? They can't put John's body where they found it. They can't put the taillight pieces where they found it because there's no documentation. And if you can't document where the evidence was found, you can't fully reconstruct an accident scene. They don't even know where the car was at. That's how I know, Kevin, because I've done it.
Right.
I've done 50 accident reconstructions. I went to school for it.
Sean, let me ask you just a quick question. Have you read the entire medical examiner's report?
I have not. I
Why
never
not?
had access to it. Never.
Why not? Because you never had access to it. Exactly.
Right.
That's why we haven't read the accident reconstruction report, because we have not had access to it. I haven't.
Now Plevin is stuck on this argument. He's like, you can't say that it doesn't exist because you haven't read it. You don't know. You don't know if it exists or not. You haven't read the discovery. You don't know what we've seen and what we haven't seen. That's actually, on the surface, a valid argument coming from Kevin. On the surface, it's a valid argument. The problem is that he's missing the overall point. He's missing the overall point that Sean is trying to make. And that overall point is very simple. Where is the documentation? If the defense is claiming that no documentation was ever taken, and you have no signatures, you don't even have notes. The defense is stating that that in writing they have communicated, that the prosecution has communicated with the defense in writing via email that they do not have the notes taken, that they no longer exist, quote unquote, that the notes taken in their investigation are no longer existent. That means that there's no documentation. So that's the issue here, is that they failed to follow procedure when it came to investigating this crime. Now, there was this one idiot on Twitter who was saying, well, the reason why they didn't take pictures of John laying on the lawn was because he wasn't dead yet. Good point. But the fact of the matter is he was a police officer. He's a police officer and he's laying there unresponsive. Yet nobody marked where he was moved from. Nobody marked it. Nobody preserved the scene. That's the issue here. Of course, yeah, okay, maybe they wouldn't take pictures of him laying there in the snow. Maybe they wouldn't because he wasn't pronounced dead yet until he got to the hospital. Fair enough argument. But the fact is that he was unresponsive and he could have absolutely died. And he was clearly laying there under suspicious circumstances. He was beat up. He had sustained injuries. And he was laying there unresponsive and unconscious. So why would you not preserve that scene? The minute that you move his body from it to try to go save his life, fair enough, to try to take him, to get him to a hospital as quick as possible and try to save his life, fair enough. But why, once he was moved, would they not preserve the scene properly? That's an issue. That lays with the fact that nothing found at that scene is reliable because they didn't preserve the scene properly. Exactly, Paul Cristoforo. Exactly.
red Solo cups from a neighbor, and leaf blowers already tainted the crime scene. The crime scene is already fucked. A reconstruction of the crime scene would have been moot at that point. So common sense along with Sean McDonough's experience tells you that a reconstruction did not take place in that crime scene. Simple. You have an opportunity to shut the fuck up and listen to an investigator explain to you why he has every reason to believe that no reconstruction of the crime of the crime took place.
Haven't you haven't?
I'm telling you as a professional.
Okay. Or you
I'm
should.
telling you as a professional. I'm telling you as a professional.
You
It
don't
would
know.
be
You can't talk about what you don't know.
Is there
You
a
can't
picture
talk
of
about what
John
you
on that
don't know.
ground? Do they have a picture where the evidence was found and located and measured? No, they don't.
I don't have access to the discovery materials. I don't have. It wasn't me that released the dash cam.
Remember
picture.
tonight.
That was you.
Remember tonight. Just remember tonight. That's all.
Okay, but you're just making.
I'm not
guesses.
making it up. I know.
You're making.
it
Yes, you
doesn't
are. You're
exist.
making guesses. You don't know what's in the discovery.
You're
material.
making guesses. You're making guesses. You're going on tainted evidence.
Right. Exactly.
You're believing
going on
a
tainted
person
evidence.
was planted evidence. You're believing the case that evidence was planted.
What evidence is there that any evidence was planted?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I've demonstrated.
Did you just fucking ask that with a straight face?
1,000 times where that light at 5:08 in the morning is intact. I've
I've
demonstrated.
shown you where it is
4:24.
intact. I've shown you where it is intact in the video.
Okay.
I've made copies of it.
Yeah,
It's
guess
not
what?
conclusive.
You're talking
but
about it's a light. It's a floodlight from that damn house. I've also
It could
showed
be.
you at this could be. It is. I showed you where the lights are on the windows of the car. Stop it, Kevin. Stop.
I was going to ask.
Don't insult me. Don't insult me.
Has dash cam footage been released yet? I not that I know of. I don't think it has. I know that it exists, but I don't think it's been released.
At
All right.
4:30, when that car is on the truck, that light is intact. Does Proctor have a picture of the as a detective? Did he take a picture? No, he didn't. Because you know why? There was no evidence at the scene. They knew it. And now you have the real picture where they
You're making
snatched
stuff
it.
up,
And
dude. You're just making stuff up. I mean,
I
if
can
we
tell
go
you right now. I can tell
Sean.
you right now. I'll put another $100 down. This is easy money. They planted evidence. And I'm telling you right now, I'll die on that hill tab. When you can wipe a picture at 4:30, when that car is on the truck, that light is intact. Does Proctor have a picture of the as a detective? Did he take a picture? No, he didn't. Because you know why? There was no evidence at the scene. They knew it. And now you have the real picture where they
You're making
snatched
stuff
it.
up,
And
dude. You're just making stuff up. I mean,
I
if
can
we
tell you right now. I can tell you right now. I'll put another $100 down. This is easy money.
That's a safe assumption, though. That's a perfectly safe assumption because we happen to know that the photos taken with a fucking iPhone, which is not standard procedure. We don't know if the photos are missing or not, but we know that the iPhone is missing, and we know that the metadata is missing. That it, again, quote, no longer exists. So therefore, that any photos taken are not reliable. That is, again, tainted evidence. They cannot provide the metadata and the device used to take the to take those photographs. That's a fact. This is a fact.
They planted evidence. And I'm telling you right now, I'll die on that hill, Kev. What hill are you going to die on? That she's guilty? You're going to die on that hill? Or are you going to?
I'm not going to die on any hill. I'm not
That's
connected
right,
to this
because
case.
you know what, Kevin? You have no stake in this. You can walk away because you don't give a shit. I do.
All right. I got to remove him. I'm sorry, guys. I tried to.
Yeah. I mean, Sean got emotional there. I have a stake in this. You could just walk away at any given time. You could just sit up there and spew out all this bullshit and spin narratives that an innocent woman is guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. I mean, even if she is guilty, it's still irresponsible of you to spin the narrative that she's guilty. Based on what we know. It's absolutely irresponsible. Based on everything that has been made public, it is 100% irresponsible to spin the narrative that Karen Read is guilty. Because there's nothing to indicate that she is. Nothing reliable. Absolutely nothing reliable to indicate that Karen Read is guilty of this crime. So, and then you have a guy who's invested. This is his hometown. He's like, there's dirty fucking cops representing where I come from. And it bothers me.
Try to be as civil as you can. It's impossible to have a discussion with him.
Yeah.
It's literally impossible.
Because you,
I mean, you can't focus.
You fucking telling him to shut the fuck up, telling a grown man who has seen shit that you should be thanking the good Lord that you never had to see. Someone who has picked up a weapon and face things that you should never have to. And you can't even give him that minimum amount of respect. You have to tell a guy like that who's trying to explain to you that based on my experience, like, I have reason to believe that this is a cover-up. That this is absolutely a cover-up. I know cops. I am a cop. This is not how things are done. He's trying to explain to you why. And what you want to do is sit there and discredit the guy.
He's clearly had a few nectars. Okay, I understand it.
You see how heated he is right away. Once he feels safe and he gets him kicked off. This is what cowards do. Once he feels safe and he kicks him off, then he trashes him and starts throwing things against his character. Starts trying to destroy his character, where Sean cannot defend himself any further. He can't. And he goes for, from what I understand, being a sensitive issue for Sean. Because anybody who actually is in recovery, that's a sensitive issue. That's a very low thing to not just outright say so, but imply that they fell off the wagon when they struggle and work hard every day to stay on it. And without any proof, that's a hell of a fucking thing to throw at somebody and accuse them of. Because it's something very important to them. And you being a fucking former bar owner, you should know better than that. Oh, well, you know, he clearly had a few nectars. Like, how do you know that? You don't know that. He was making perfect sense. You just didn't want to hear him. And you kept jumping from one issue to another. He kept saying, hold on, let's stay on task here, basically. And he kept wanting to jump to every time he got shut down by Sean's just basic common sense and logic, he tried to jump on something else, and Sean cut him off. Cut his legs out from under him. And the irony of it is that's exactly what Plevin brought him up there to do. Plevin was so fucking full of himself and so sure that Sean was full of shit that he thought he'd bring him up there and make a fool out of him. When all he was able to do was make a fool out of himself. That's all he did. Sean didn't make a fool out of him. He made a fool out of himself. Sean went up there with the utmost intention to educate the man. He was showing appreciation to him. Like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about, and let me explain to you why you don't. In my experience, in my 25 plus years, this is why. These are the things you got to look at. But he didn't want to listen. Every time he basically gave a valid explanation for something that Plevin threw at him, he jumped to something else trying to trip him up. The whole effort on Plevin's end was to try to trip up Sean, and he failed at it. And then in a panic, after he emotionally had a tantrum and booted him off, he decides to take a personal jab at him. And it's exactly what cowards do. Plevin's a fucking coward. I mean, it's exactly what cowards do.
And he's had a long week, but you can't have any conversation with him. You can't stick to any piece of evidence. Let's just talk about the driveway video. All right, he's cashing checks that aren't supported by the evidence. If you want to look objectively at that driveway video, we don't know conclusively what is in that video. All right, I've looked at it many times. Now, Sean for months was showing pictures of the back of that SUV in the video to show that there was nothing broken on it. But then I pointed out to him that the damage actually is not on the back of the taillight, but on the side corner of it. And for a few days, he went quiet because he realized, wow, it does look like there's something broken there. All right. But then he comes back just as sure as ever that there's no damage there. But again, this is the same guy that for months was looking at a completely different picture.
Well, that's because someone came forward. Someone came forward and admitted to removing the taillight. When you take that along with the fact that all three, Carrie Roberts, Karen Reed, and Jen McCabe, stated that her car taillight was cracked and not broken, not shattered. Well, that's very telling. And if the part where the reverse light illuminates, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I struggled with the same thing. I can't really tell from that footage, but I could tell that it's not shattered. I could tell that it's not smashed. I can tell that it's cracked, that there's something wrong with it, but the whole damn, but there's no damn 37 pieces missing from it. There's no piece where that supposed piece, that red piece that was found in the snow, there's no part where that is missing from that footage. I mean, I'm not trying to say that Kevin's channel should be shut down. I'm not saying all that. I mean, the way that I look at it is like he's entitled to his stupid ass opinions, but I'm entitled to review them and point out why they're stupid ass opinions.
And saying this proves it. Aha. This is what happens when you want to believe something and you want to believe it so badly. You've invested so much of your life into this that you have an emotional attachment to it and you can't analyze. There's too much at stake. Look, the reality is.
Look at the gaslighting.
I had to.
You have an emotional stake in this. He boots him off at just the perfect time where he says, I'm invested in this. You could just walk away and you won't think anything of it. And Sean's trying to get at the point that I'm invested in this. I'm totally involved now. And it bothers me now that there are cops doing what they're doing and just getting away with it. Of course he's going to be emotionally invested in that. Dude, when you're a cop, man, that's who you are. You have cops that are cops because it's what they do, but then you have cops that are cops because that's who they are. If you're a retired DEA agent, retired with a pension, that means that that's who you are. That's the life that you've led, and you are retired now. You're going to bed with that hat on every night. You know what I mean? Plevin doesn't understand anything like this. Plevin can't appreciate things like this because he's an entitled tool.
Sorry. I had no choice but to block him on Twitter once he started attacking families. And he was doing that. He was attacking particularly Paul O'Keefe, which is John's brother. I can tell you that all the way back in September, when Sean's theory was that in that video, when Karen backs into it, the only reason the state police didn't find any damage to John's SUV was because his theory was that the conspirators removed the car on the 29th, the same day that John was found dead, and whisked it away to an auto body shop to remove any evidence of the accident. And I asked him on the phone then, I said, well, the family was in the house grieving all that day. They didn't notice the car missing. And the wheels spun around for about 20 seconds. I could feel them spinning out. And then he said, Paul O'Keefe did it. So I think that's when the theory was born in his mind. But it was born out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? This is the idea, is that you had to explain how the family would know it. And the only way you could do that was to say that Paul O'Keefe was a part of it. And I didn't block him at that time because he wasn't out there really saying it prominently. But then this past January, he started really going after Paul. And I said, all right, that's enough. I can't abide by attacking John's family, which is exactly what Turtle Boy did after court last week. It's disgusting and it's unacceptable. And it was very difficult to have a conversation with Sean tonight because he can't focus on any particular piece of evidence, and he's making statements that aren't backed up. So I can sit here and say that I've looked at that video, and to me, it's inconclusive. It seems to me, and I've looked at it so many times, and with other people, and we've matched up the broken piece to it and stuff like that. It seems like there's a.
There you go. Inconclusive. Inconclusive means that a juror is going to see that as pointing towards Karen's innocence, not her guilt. If it's inconclusive, they have to, by law, look at it like it's evidence of her innocence, not guilt. Simple.
There's a piece missing on the back corner, but I can't say that with certainty. But somehow Sean can look at that and with certainty and say it's intact. That's because he's just is believing what he wants to believe. And this is what goes on in every part of this case. You notice how he could not really explain why Brian Wanless was removing that taillight and what that had to do, how that in any way furthered the conspirators. He couldn't explain it. I kept trying to nail him down on it gently, nicely. And for people in chat who were saying I wasn't listening, no, I was listening intently to every word. And what I was doing was, here is my notebook, and I take down key notes. So I'm listening to every single word that he's saying and was treating him with the utmost respect. But
wrong. That's not what you were doing. Your self-awareness is your lack of self-awareness is overwhelming because that's not what you were doing. You were waiting to talk. You were waiting to argue. You had the intention. You were already the aggressor going into this conversation. You were absolutely the aggressor because you were waiting to talk and you were waiting to refute anything that Sean said. You did not go in this with the attitude, as you explained at the beginning of your live stream here. You did not go into this with the intent to ask questions, with the intent to explore every single possibility. You did not do that. And you were presented with a very, very golden opportunity to do so by an experienced investigator. But it can't be done if you're looking for things that are going to feed your narrative that Karen Read is guilty. That is why within our system, you are innocent until proven guilty. You are innocent until proven guilty. So therefore, you have to look at things from a moral standpoint. If you are a patriot in the slightest bit, and you believe in our justice system in the slightest bit, you are irresponsible if you are looking at this from the perspective going right off the bat that Karen Read is guilty. Because every single person deserves the benefit of the doubt. Every single person. Our entire justice system is designed around this principle. That every single human being is worthy of the benefit of the doubt right off the bat until enough beyond doubt there's proof that they're guilty. So This is what happened here. Now, I understand if there's all this damning evidence. I've covered so many cases where somebody actually was innocent, or I'm sorry, that actually was guilty. And I still give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what they have at trial. I don't know. I always give them the benefit of the doubt. People get mad at me for it because somebody is just so obviously guilty. But the thing is Karen is not obviously guilty. She is far from it. Far from it. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say that she is obviously innocent. I'm saying that the way a court of law works, I'm going to say, yes, she is obviously innocent if you cannot convince me beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. So I'm not going to sit here and look for reasons to think that she's guilty. And I'm going to look at it from an open mind. If you sit here and you present to me that Karen Reed is guilty, and I say, okay, why do you say that? And then they say, well, they found John's DNA on her SUV. And I'm going to look at the documents. I'm going to look at everything that's being said. And I'm going to go, well, I mean, I don't even have to look at the documents for that. Well, wasn't it her boyfriend's? Isn't John her boyfriend? Why wouldn't his DNA? Why wouldn't his DNA be all over her car, in any place of her car? That's not damning evidence to me. It's his girlfriend's car. Of course his DNA is going to be on it. And then you're going to tell me that the taillight fragments are found in his clothing. Again, do you mean the clothing that I saw pictures of laying all over the hospital floor? Not bagged, not documented? Are you referring to the pieces of the taillight that there's all these questions to doubt how that taillight was collected and the chain of custody of this evidence, this smoking gun evidence? The most important piece of evidence in this entire case, the most important piece of physical evidence in this entire case there's two very important pieces of evidence in this entire case. One is that taillight, which we know was absolutely mishandled because they failed to document, Proctor failed to document any of the handling of this so-called evidence. So therefore, that evidence is unreliable. Two, John O'Keefe himself, his dead body, that is also the most crucial piece of evidence in this case. And yet, no samples were taken of his wounds, of all of his wounds. We have questionable situations that happened where someone supposedly, I guess it was Buchanan, I think that's how you say his name, Bukaki, as most of you call him, but Buchanan contacted the coroner and said there's no need for this and this test, supposedly, right? It was either him or Proctor. That right there pokes any holes. It pokes tons of holes in anything that is found on John O'Keefe because he was not properly investigated. He was not properly examined. There's all kinds of procedure that had taken place or failed to have taken place in the examination of of John O'Keefe's body. So when you have these two most important key pieces of physical evidence in this case, and all of it raises questions, those questions, when it comes to a juror, those questions are called doubt. And it is the prosecution's job to eliminate said doubt.
And they have failed to do that. The investigators have failed to do that. And that is why it will be suspicious if Karen Reed goes to trial. It will be very suspicious based on everything that we know that Karen Reed will actually go to trial. And B, there's nothing to indicate that this case would be thrown out. I mean, there would at the very least be a mistrial. At the very least be a mistrial if this case is tried in front of an impartial jury. There's just no way. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I got to tend to Clubber, man. Like the poor baby. I just can't wait to just cuddle with him and spoil him. Because he's got the big, he's got the thing, the cone thing, like he's a space cadet. And, he can't, so that he doesn't like mess with his stitches or nothing, so, and he's in pain. He's miserable. So, yeah. But all for the greater good. He's going to be very comfortable moving forward. But yeah, but guys, I appreciate you hanging out with me, man. It means a lot. I love when you guys hang out with me. It means a lot. And thanks to everybody on Twitter for joining and watching. Appreciate it. I appreciate all the new subscribers and I appreciate all of the likes. Please make sure to hit that like on the way out if you haven't already. And I appreciate all your support. You guys are amazing. I love you all very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.